Thank you. Welcome to the meeting of the Planning and Regulatory Committee. The agenda papers and other relevant information for the meeting are available for public viewing on the Herefordshire Council website. Please remember that your words and actions should be chosen carefully, and members are reminded that speeches are limited to 3 minutes. The Council is streaming the meeting live on the Herefordshire Council YouTube channel and also making a recording. The recording will be available via the Council's website shortly after the meeting has concluded. Other attendees are permitted to film, photograph and record the meeting, provided that it does not disrupt the business of the meeting. If you do not wish to be filmed or photographed, please identify yourselves so that anyone who intends to record the meeting can be made aware. To ensure that the recording quality is maintained, could members speak as clearly as possible and keep background noise to a minimum, and ensure that mobile phones and other devices are turned to silence. Welcome to all those in attendance. I now ask Mrs. Gibbons to introduce the officers.
Good morning all. My name is Kelly Gibbons. I'm the Service Manager for the Development Management team. We're joined today by officers for item 6, Josh Bailey, and then joining us later for item 7 is Heather Carlisle, and items 8 and 9, Ollie Jones. We also are joined by Katie Jones from the Local Highway Authority and Georgina Coley, our legal advisor for today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a pretty packed agenda today. Can I now go to item 1 on the agenda? We have received no apologies, as far as I'm concerned, and so we have no item 2, no name substitutes. Can I now move on to item 3, declarations of interest? Please indicate if you wished to declare an interest, and I will call each councillor in turn. None? Then we move on to item 4, the minutes of the meeting held on the 14th of January. Are the minutes of the meeting held approved? Please indicate. Any against? Any abstentions? Carried. Right. I have no chairman's announcements, so I'll now request that Mr. Were please take his seat in the public participation seats for the first item. The application before us concerns Ponderosa, Twyford Common Road, Ridge Hill, Hereford. Can I now ask Mr. Bailey to make the presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The application site forms part of the small hamlet of Ridge Hill and is located approximately 0.4 miles north of Twyford Common, 1.1 miles east of Norton Brook Farm Road junction with the A49, and 3 miles south of Hereford City Centre. This application seeks retrospective full planning permission for change of use of an existing single-storey former stable block for storage of construction machinery, tools and building materials for the applicant's construction business. The use falls within Use Class B8 of the Town and Country Planning Use Classes Order as amended. For avoidance of doubt, the application was validated seeking use of the building for storage as well as a workshop, although the workshop element has now been omitted, and the site for awareness is denoted by the red star on the screen. Next slide. Surrounding the site are predominantly residential, save for the occasional agricultural or equestrian use, and there is an existing caravan and campsite off the Norton Brook Road to the southwest of this site. Site topography falls sharply from west to east across the site down to the U7-1616, where there is an existing field gate and access. The subject building is situated partway up the bank and comprises a single-storey former stable block with a barrel vaulted profile sheet roof and clad predominantly in timber and concrete block. It has a footprint which measures 66.6 square metres approximately. It has in recent years undergone maintenance and improvement internally as well as externally, and it is acknowledged that the site has been cleared of vegetation over the preceding 18 months, although site boundaries continue to predominantly comprise a mixture of native and ornamental hedgerow, wire fencing, semi-mature trees and the field gate. Covering the wider land parcel, there is an unoccupied caravan at the southern corner, with storage of building materials, storage container and hard standing to the northwest corner of the site, which is located adjacent to another gated vehicular access directly onto the U7-2014. And the next slide, which will bring up the location plan, which edges the site in red with other ownership of the applicant in blue. And the next slide, which brings up the site plan. And the next slide, which brings up the elevations and floor plan. And the next slide, which is a photograph which is taken from the U71616, which looks west into the site where we stood for much of the site inspection yesterday morning. And thank you to those members who ventured out. And the next slide, which is a few more photographs. So we're going to start in this case in the top left and go clockwise, which is taken from the southern corner of the site looking north and northwest. Then the top right photo, which is taken from the top northern corner of the wider land parcel, which looks south into the site. The bottom right photo is taken from the U Road where most cars were parked, looking north down towards the site access. And then the other photo in the bottom middle is looking further north, looking south towards the site, and you should be able to pick out the subject building there. And the next slide, which I'll just pick up then, just show you the visibility onto the U Road, both looking northbound and southbound respectively. And the next slide will then just bring up the relevant material planning considerations, which follows the layout of the officer report appraisal, as well as the adopted development plan, which comprises the core strategy, the minerals and waste local plan, the Lower Bullingham neighbourhood development plan, and the significant material planning considerations of the National Planning Policy Framework and Planning Practice Guidance. And the next slide, which is just largely to draw your attention to the publicised schedule of updates since the officer report was published. Just to briefly summarise, this covers off a number of queries which were raised during the site inspection, which the Trust members can self-serve. And then also in respect to just draw your attention on the second page as to a discussion that we'd had with the local member to draw your attention to members to the fact there was previously a permitted development right that's subject to prior approval under what was Class P that would allow for change of use from use class B8 to C3. However, this class is now defunct as it would have to have made an application on or before the 10th of June 2019. And as such, given the current status of the General Permitted Development Order, officers would view that Class P is essentially defunct and that members should only be considering the application that is before them. In summary, the proposal represents a scheme for the reuse of a rural building in the countryside, supported in principle by the prevailing policies of the adopted development plan, namely the core strategy, the Lower Bullingham NDP, and the objectives of the NPPF. The proposal would provide modest employment in a rural setting, and it is considered that the modest scale and footprint of the building, combined with the nature of the use sought, is such that, subject to the conditions, the development would safeguard against any perceived adverse impacts to an acceptable degree. The proposal is considered to be representative of a sustainable form of development, and when engaging paragraph 11D of the NPPF as required by any decision taking, it is not considered to engage paragraph 11DI or 11DII. Accordingly, as set out on screen, the application is recommended for approval as set out in the officer report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And now I'll ask Mr. Ward to make a presentation. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Ware, and I am here representing the Ridge Hill and Twyford residents that have objected to this application. Approximately 85% of the local residents have actively objected to the proposed submission. We believe the application to be disingenuous. In over 20 years, the site in question has never been anything other than a field, once used as a pasture for livestock, and includes a temporary structure previously used as a stable. There has never been any commercial use on a frequent basis. How then can the application be retrospective? The officer's report states that the building was originally rented by the current owner in 2022 and has since been used as storage. I respectfully request that the committee members consider the letters of objection which clearly state that in the past 20 years there has been no regular activity on the site, particularly of a commercial nature, and no evidence has been presented to the contrary, including since the current owner's rental commenced. Access to the hamlet is by single track road originally designed for agricultural purposes. It is narrow with restricted passing places, not suited to frequent commercial activity. The site is surrounded by residential properties. Frequent commercial use as a storage yard for a builder could be interpreted many ways. This could result in heavy vehicles delivering or collecting materials many times a day, 7 days a week, giving the local residents grievous concerns to the peaceful enjoyment of their property due to the noise created by vehicles loading and unloading. The local neighbourhood plan makes no reference to further development in the area, additional construction being restricted to the Twyford Common Loop only. Why does a storage-only location require a treatment plant and soakaway large enough to serve a to service a 4-bedroomed house. Granting this application offers no benefits to the immediate or wider community, only the applicant, who is not a local resident. Local residents contend that this application, if permitted, will be just part of gaming the system to obtain full planning permission for additional housing in the hamlet. This is substantiated by looking at the number of times an application has been presented to gain any sort of commercial use. Residents have concerns that if planning were to be granted, even with planning conditions, that any such conditions would be unenforceable. If you grant this application for B8 use, it will create an automatic right to convert this to C3 residential use by means of the permitted development rules. Can the committee condition against that? This is a greenfield site. We respectfully request that the Planning Committee vote to keep it that way on behalf of the people who continue to live there. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. If you could now take your seat back in the public gallery, please. Thank you. Right. Councillor Dave Davis is the local ward member for this item. He speaks first and then has the right to speak at the end of the debate. He does not have a vote. He has a 10-minute time limit. Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Josh Bailey, for your presentation, and also for Mr. David Were for his presentation as well for the local community. I'd also like to thank the Planning Committee for attending the site yesterday to see what a beautiful part of Herefordshire, Twyford Common and Ridge Hill is. Lower Bullingham Parish Neighbourhood Development Plan describes Ridge Hill as Ridge Hill is a quiet hamlet at the southern end of the parish. The elevated area of Ridge Hill is a locally valued and sensitive landscape. The area offers elevated views of the city, Dindor Hill and west across to the Black Mountains. Public footpaths also give access to surrounding wooded areas and open fields. And that's the local perspective of the area. The area in question did not give us the views across to the Black Mountains yesterday because we were lower down the hill, but the rest is true. I have several concerns over this application for change of use of this old stable block. Looking back at the planning history, there were challenges even when it was first proposed to build it 36 years ago, and the initial application for this stable block was rejected. If you look at the street view, you can see how derelict this building was in pictures of May 2009 and October 2011, showing the decay and collapsed wall visible from the road due to lack of usage. The more recent pictures of September 23 and April 24 show repairs had been conducted and the building nesting in the undergrowth with its moss-covered roof and ivy-clad walls with young trees growing in front of it. In fact, from street view, it's very hard to see this old stable block because of the trees and bushes and shrubbery along that section of Twyford Common Road. Cutting to yesterday, it was a very changed picture, where much of the greenery had been removed, including many of the trees and bushes that were apparent in April 24. This is of concern. This site is in the area of the River Wye Special Area of Conservation, and as such should be respected. It's not suitable for a storage facility for a builder. The building has been unused for years, and this was demonstrated yesterday by the evidence on the ground, literally on the ground. There were no tyre marks or indication of anything having gone near the building or the track leading up to an overgrown, hard-standing area in front of the stables. The representation of the local community are many and varied, which you've heard, covering many concerns of the impact of having building materials being brought in and out daily. Noise impact could be substantial, but also the use of the toilet in the stable. My understanding is there is a plan to put in additional drainage, in line with the drainage report from April 25, when a percolation test was done. The report opening paragraph states, a percolation test was required for a proposed new domestic dwelling and Airbnb unit. The new domestic dwelling will have 4 bedrooms and the Airbnb 1 bed. The property will be served by an off-main sewage system as there are no main sewer facilities in the area. The property as a 4-bed domestic residence is classified as 6 persons and 1-bed Airbnb 2 persons using British water flows and loads. The maximum daily discharge using British water flows and loads is 8 by 150 litres, 1.2 metre cube day at 1,200 litres. This is less than 2 metres cubed per day for discharge to ground, so covered under the General Building Rules of 2015. This suggests that the planning change of use to and the new sewage system are precursors to construct a new home and Airbnb on the land, although this would require a new planning application. But is this subterfuge? Also, the proposed soakaway will be situated directly uphill from the beautiful bungalow of Brynowell. Any overflow is going to directly impact this property, and assurances are that will not be the case, will be required. Policy LD2, Biodiversity and Geodiversity from the Herefordshire Local Plan states that development proposals should conserve, restore and enhance biodiversity and geodiversity assets of Herefordshire. This application has already demonstrated there is no regard for local ecology networks by the clearance work already conducted. I understand that there is no route for the proposed limited storage use B8 to residential C3 under permitted development rules, so any development of this site will require further planning consent. A small bonus for local people who cannot understand why anyone would want to negotiate small country lanes with commercial materials to store them in a field location where there are far more suitable places in Rotherwas a mile away. I therefore ask you to debate the pros and cons of this application and ask yourselves, is this purely storage request or something else? Would you want such an elaborate sewage system for a storage facility when at the other end of the field there is a portaloo and ISO containers for storage? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. And now I'll invite debate. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have much of a problem with this particular application. We visited yesterday morning. I'd never been there before, and I was rather concerned about the slope going from the lane up to the building. In fact, I had to turn my car around to head to our next site visit, and I had wheel spin on that little bit of thing, and I've got 4x4. So I think any sort of vans or trucks trying to access that building would have serious trouble. And there's, as Councillor Davis said, there's been no obvious access to that site for some time. There were no wheel tracks or anything on that slope. So I imagine in order to make use of that, it would have to have a hard standing laid down, which requires additional planning applications, I think, as far as I know. I think it's unfair that people are saying that this site will become a domestic house in the future. I mean, that may well happen, but it will require a separate planning application, and that planning application will come before us. And are we then going to approve it? Who knows? But I think it's unfair to talk about things like that when what is before us is a simple retrospective application for a storage unit. And I can't see a problem with that. And so with that in mind, I support the officer recommendation for approval.
Councillor Simmons.
Thank you, Chair. I find myself in rare agreement with Councillor Baker. I entirely sympathise with the local residents and what Mr. Ware has discussed about concerns for the future use of that site. However, Planning Committee today has to consider the application in front of us, not some future use, and that's where we're really constrained. I do know that requirement for Big 8 use to residential C3 will require a new planning application. That sort of loophole was closed down, I think, when the Class P restrictions were changed a few years back. I'd perhaps like some clarification on that from the officers in a minute. So I did have concerns as to how that site is accessed up that slope, mostly because of the large oak tree, I think, at the gateway. Our ecologist and our planning officer's report is silent on the proximity of the tree roots and the intensification of that access if change of use is granted. I'd be extremely concerned if there was any kind of construction of tarmac or hardcore base that damaged any roots there. So I would like the condition to be extended I think it was condition 4. No, I can't remember. There was a condition on tree roots or trees and no cutting down. But I think it needs to be extended to kind of concern about the roots. So condition 7. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. I'm really pleased about condition 6 with the lighting and no additional lighting there. So that's important. And condition 8 about no additional plant being stored on site is really good to see. Regards sort of, sui generis uses and distribution centres, I think that's been covered off by the condition restricting use to storage facility only within B8. So again, that reduces the ability of any intensification of that site beyond storage inside the building. I think the officers have done what they can do in relation to that site, but I would just like some clarification about change of use to residential without a planning application and with regard to the tree roots. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to clarify that now?
Yeah, I'll do that, and I'll pick up Councillor Baker's point as well on the hard standing. So there's just a point I'd raised in respect of the schedule updates that hard standing can be installed under permitted development where it uses porous or permeable materials, so such as a residential dwelling. If you're extending a driveway, for instance, that has permeable materials that are porous, you wouldn't necessarily need planning permission. I think it's probably best I probably defer subsequently to colleagues in the local highways authority where possibly a section 184 licence may be required given the access onto the unclassified road. I think if I do that now, then I'll pick up on Councillor Simmons's points after.
Councillor Thomas.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, just to clarify that any changes to the access would require a Section 184 licence. This is entirely separate from planning permission, but yeah, it's a highways requirement. Should any changes be made, like if they are going to tarmac it or provide any changes?
So to that point, I'll answer Councillor Simmons's point as well. So if members were minded to grant planning permission, we can add an informative in respect of the Section 184 licence. And then turning to Councillor Simmons's points, as set out in the officer update, and it was a query that I know I had an exchange with the local member a short time ago, that Class P has now become defunct, so any application would have to have been approved before the 10th of June 2019. I think as a word of caution, and I think we all know, we don't know what central government may do in terms of relaxing permitted development rights further, but we can only say at this current stage and the current reading of the General Permitted Development Order that full planning permission would be required for an alternative use if planning permission was granted today. I think then on the point to pick up then in respect of the root protection area, I think to draw your attention to the comments of the schedule updates, I know that relates more to the fact that the trees wouldn't be considered to benefit from the tree protection order at that time, but we can of course extend the condition if members felt that way to take consideration of the root protection area. Also, that would have to come formally from a proposer and seconder, but we can do that if members felt that was reasonably necessary.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say, with regard to this access and any additional surface to be put down, it would have to be really quite substantial if we're looking at goods vehicles accessing that site. Permeable would be great, but they're not very robust, are they, permeable surfaces? And of course, what would happen, I suppose, with a loaded vehicle trying to get up there with a new permeable surface, the heavy wheels and stuff could actually dislodge any new surface, as happens with our potholes. And so it would need to be. Don't want to go down that road, but it would need to be really quite substantial. And whether that can be included in your informative, that would, I think, would be quite useful.
Councillor.
I think then that gets down to the crux of it, because my concern is that kind of tree roots there and intensification of that access. If you're saying it is that your proposal would be for tarmac and a complete change to that, I would have concerns about that and not be able to support that. So, it changes a kind of permeability issues. It would lead to additional drainage issues. You're putting in hard standing on there. And we're looking then at a whole different thing in terms of just the change of use. So I think we need some clarification on that. Thank you.
Mrs. Gibbons.
So simplest thing in that respect might be for the consideration of adding a condition that if there are to be changes to that access arrangement, the driveway arrangement, not the actual access, but the actual surfacing, that details are submitted to and approved in writing, at which point we can also consider the impact on the tree from that surface.
That satisfies. Thanks.
If that would need to come from a proposal as well, please.
Did you have a proposal, Bruce? In,
Can we just have the conversation across the table? I'll move to Councillor Thomas.
Mr. Chairman, I sort of agree with the previous. Unfortunately, we cannot assume. I think many of us are pretty aware of what might go on, but we can't assume. Now, Councillor Baker's just raised the point about you won't get a lorry delivering materials. I know enough about, obviously from building and having on difficult sites. You will need a permanent hard surface. You wouldn't have a permanent, would not be, a lorry just wouldn't get up it, so it's too steep. So, and also as regards the trees, I am fully prepared to propose that a tree order is put on all those trees on that road. So, I'm very minded on this one. We can't assume, but if you feel that we don't need or can't have a permeable surface there, then we're going to have to vote against it, I think.
Right. Any other speakers? Councillor Woodall.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can understand the concern from the local residents about development, because about 200 yards north of the site there's this massive house, I think it's called Yew Tree, that's probably quite recent, and you said about using Google Maps and you can see the development in the satellite there. It's a huge site, so no wonder people are concerned that could happen again. I'm also confused about the condition 2. I need some clarification why Sunday isn't mentioned. Is that because it's implicit in the Saturday, or it's implicit that because it's not mentioned they can't work there on a Sunday? So I just want clarification on that one. And on condition 6, does it specify that any existing lighting must also comply with dark sky requirements, not just new lighting? So those would be my 2 questions on that. Thank you, Chair.
Any other speakers? None. Do we have a proposal? Sorry, do you want to answer? Okay, sorry, clarification on those questions.
Let's just clarify a few of those things. Councillor Thomas, you mentioned a protection order. We can't, as a council here, put a tree protection order on the trees. However, I draw you back to the attention of condition 7 that does say no retained trees should be cut down, uprooted, destroyed, pruned, cut or damaged in a manner during the construction phase and thereafter for 10 years. So we have got protection of those trees without going through a formal tree preservation order, which I think answers that one. In terms of the hours of working, yes, so basically you can only do deliveries within the hours specified, so Sunday would be outside of those hours, so that would be a no. Was there another question? Oh, lighting. It would be for the new lighting. We can sort of encourage a lighting. If there's an existing lawful light there, we can't ask them to make changes as part of that condition, but we could obviously, if they are suggesting any new lighting, we could ask them to review the lighting strategy at that point. I don't know the lawful status of that light, but I assume it's probably one that doesn't need planning permission. Most people can put a light up on on a building without the need for planning permission. So, but we would obviously encourage that is changed or altered to meet that with that condition if additional lighting is proposed.
Okay, right. Do I have a proposer and seconder for? Councillor Bick.
Thank you, Chairman. As I said earlier on, I support the recommendation for approval with the addition of a new condition that Ms Gibbons mentioned about the permit, about the new surface there, and the informative that Mr Bailey was talking about. Whether that's linked together, I don't know.
Right. Is that seconded?
Clarification, can we just check the wording of what the highways informative attachment would be in terms of permeability of surface, please?
Yeah, we can. We'll make sure that it refers back to the guidance for that. But I think the condition I was talking about was that condition would have several parts to it: what the surface would be, how the routes would be protected, and that condition would cover the tree issue and the highway surface issue at the same time. If they are going to apply for the changes, they would need the licence, which wouldn't necessarily cover all of those things. I think the condition would cover that better.
Okay, in that case, I'm happy to second that proposal. Thank you.
Right. No further points. Any of the officers wish to make? No clarification or updates? Then I'll return to the local member, Councillor Davis, who will sum up at the end.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the debate on that, raising those very pertinent points for this site. I appreciate that the site is, the application in front of us is for storage, and consequently we've addressed those issues. So I'll put it back to yourselves to vote on this decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, we have the proposition in front of us. Those in favour, please indicate. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Shall we move on to the... We'll go on now to the next item, item 7. We're waiting for Miss Carlyle, the officer.
This is the Churchwood, isn't it?
Yeah. We now move on to item 7, the second application you hear. Can I request that the public speakers present in person for the agenda item 7 join the meeting? Mr. Wood, Mr. Phelps and Mr. Patient. Please take your seat in the public gallery, please. Seats at the front. Good morning and welcome to the meeting. I will call you on to speak following the officer's presentation on the application. The application concerns St Barnabas Church, St Barnabas Close, Herefordshire. Mr Miss Heather Carlyle is the officer, and she will now make her presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and also thank you to members of this committee who attended the site visit yesterday morning, and apologies I was unable to make the visit, but Mr Withers did a sterling job in my absence. The application has been redirected to Planning Committee by Councillor Cornthwaite in his role as neighbouring ward councillor. Firstly, can I highlight members to the update list, which includes additional representation received following the publication of the committee report and information from the applicant. Next slide, please. The application site is identified in the usual manner by the red star. The site is located within Hereford City off Vens Lane. Next slide, please. As detailed on this slide and within the committee report, this is a full application for the demolition of the existing church and the erection of a Class C2 care home, associated access, parking, surfaces, drainage and landscaping. This slide, as well as detailing the description of the proposal, also shows the location plan as submitted, and as members will be aware, the application in front of you this morning is recommended for approval with suitably worded conditions as detailed at the end of the committee report. Next slide, please. This slide provides an aerial view of the site within St Barnabas Close and shows the current vacant church building which sits back from Vens Lane. As members who attended the site visit will be very aware, access to the application site is taken from the main road via a privately owned estate road. This serves the church's rear car park, Barnabas Close and the former vicarage. The site boundaries are defined by stone walling, fencing and trees, with a tarmacked parking area located to the rear of the building. At the rear of the site are several mature trees which are at present form part of a Tree Preservation Order, TPO. This site is not located within a designated landscape area. It is not within or adjacent a conservation area, and there are no heritage assets, including non-designated heritage assets, within the site. However, there are listed buildings in close proximity, which will be discussed later on in this presentation. The site also lies within Flood Zone 1, which is a low risk of flooding. The existing church building, as you would have noticed yesterday on site, is bespoke and unique in its design and appears to date from the 1980s. The building is split level and the site does slope. The site visit, I would gather, would have been most beneficial for you members to visualise this, as well as the relationship of the current building within the site and its relationship with neighbouring properties. Next slide. This slide shows the submitted site plan, which shows the footprint of the existing church, car parking and trees on the site. As detailed previously, the existing access is to be utilised off Vens Lane, and pedestrian links have also been proposed within the site. The proposed layout shows sufficient car parking, as well as an ambulance bay, service bays and cycle storage. The principle of the proposed use on this site is covered in detail within paragraphs 6.1 to 6.47 of the committee report, and I'm not going to discuss those in detail today. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the main areas under consideration as set out within the committee report. I will not be covering all of these in detail this morning, and members should note that this list is presented in no particular order of importance. Next slide, please. The proposal includes the demolition and, as such, the loss of the existing church, which is recognised as a community asset. This is considered in more detail within the committee report at paragraph 6.48. This slide sets out the relevant policy wording and should be read alongside the officer report. Officers have highlighted to members that there is a degree of tension in achieving full compliance with this policy, and this matter has also been raised within representations received. However, as detailed in the report, the likelihood of the site continuing to operate for its original church or community church is considered negligible, with alternative provision nowhere else within the locality. Notwithstanding the closure of the church and community function, and given the availability of alternative facilities nearby, any resulting harm is considered to be limited, and as such is also outweighed by the social and economic benefits arising from the provision of this care accommodation. Next slide, please. Officers acknowledge that this proposal represents a substantial development on this brownfield site. This has also been raised by local residents. However, in your officer's opinion, it is well related to the scale, form and character of the appearance of the area. The building delivers a high-quality modern care home that reflects the local vernacular through varied ridge heights and materials, breaking the mass into smaller blocks consistent with nearby residential forms. This site is adjacent to an existing is adjacent to existing large care homes and with an area of varied building heights, helping to assimilate within the wider context. The proposal, in your officer's opinion, does not conflict with design or visual impact policies. These slides show the proposed elevations, which are considered acceptable. Next slide, please. The next few slides should help members visualise the proposal with some CGI images which have been submitted. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. And next slide. Thank you. This slide shows the proposed floor plans. The proposed building will accommodate 52 ensuite bedrooms across 3 levels, each with private terraces or balconies. Thank you. Next slide. As detailed previously, the site is subject to a historic tree preservation order, and the application has been supported by a tree survey as well as an arboricultural impact assessment. Although many of the trees are thought to have been removed since this order was confirmed, there are some trees which are still present. Additional landscaping is proposed to assist with screening, and B&G is also proposed, and both the council's landscape officer and tree officer have confirmed no objection subject to conditions. Next slide, please. This slide assists with the proximity of the nearby listed buildings, and this is covered in more detail within the committee report, which covers heritage matters within paragraph 6.92. The listed buildings are shown by the blue mark on the plan, and you will have no doubt seen them yesterday. The thatched cottage opposite is grade 2 and known as Cox Cottage, and that is a private residence and located opposite the application site. The second photo is Abbey Grange, which is listed grade 2. This is a nursing home next to the site in Barnabas Close. I can also confirm that the Council Historic Building Officer has not objected to the proposal. Next slide, please. This slide shows the relationship to neighbouring properties. Residential amenity is a key consideration, and the report addresses potential impacts. As members will have noticed yesterday, the application site slopes significantly, with land at Vens Lane higher than to the west. The car park sits at the lower end, and properties in Admiral Close below that are even lower. Local residents have raised concerns about overlooking and the loss of privacy, particularly to Admiral's Close and the vicarage. The proposal has been designed to mitigate this. It's set back from boundaries, windows and balconies are carefully positioned, and balconies are recessed. While some overlooking is inevitable in a residential area, the proposal does not increase this beyond typical bedroom windows. Additional mitigation includes planting and screening for balconies have been proposed. Distances from the building's rear elevation to site boundary is about 8 metres, with rear gardens in Admiral Close at about 15 metres or more, further limiting any impact on privacy. Next slide, please. As set out within paragraphs 6.86 to 6.91 of the committee report, the highway officer has raised no objection to the proposal, but this is following amendments to the parking layout plan. The scheme does meet the required standards in terms of parking provision and access arrangements. The proposal provides on-site parking for a total of 18 vehicles, and again, as mentioned previously, includes dedicated service space and an ambulance bay. Also, there is proposed an in and out access arrangement which is considered acceptable, subject to a prescriptive worded condition which is added at the end of the committee report. Next slide, please. The next few slides are to assist members who were not able to attend the site visit, and they show the existing site and show the rear of the site, and again show the neighbouring property, in terms of the actual existing church that is to be demolished, as well as access up onto Vens Lane. Next slide, please. This slide assists in terms of the relationship to the rear of the site, which gives a clear sort of view of the existing car park, as well as a relationship in terms of how there is the difference in the site topography, as well as the rear boundary to the properties in Admiral's Close, as well as showing the neighbouring nursing home. Next slide, please. This final slide of sort of in terms of photographic evidence shows the local vernacular along Vens Lane, showing the existing nursing home, and again the residential properties opposite the site along Vens Lane. Next slide, please. To sum up, this application seeks full planning permission. As I've highlighted and is in evidence in the report, there are no technical objections to the proposal, and the principle is supported, as is the demolition of the existing church structure on the site. Matters about principle and loss of the community asset have been covered in detail within the report, as have other material considerations. Officers are very much aware the loss of the church has raised objections, and there is no denying the proposed building, due to its size and quantum of development on the site, has raised objections from local residents in the immediate vicinity in regards to overbearing and amenity concerns. However, officers consider the proposal does accord with the development plan and represents sustainable development. The social and economic benefits of the scheme further support approval. Accordingly, this proposal is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions detailed in the committee report. Thank you, Chair, and also thank you to members of this committee. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I invite Mr. Wood and Mr. Phelps to speak in objection to the application. You have 3 minutes between you. Thank you.
Am I allowed just to introduce myself as Tim Phelps? I speak, what I say is to do with the loss of community asset. It wasn't only a church building, it was a community building as well. But I'll say what I say, and I have a minute and a half. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Planning Committee, respectfully, I contend you will be in breach of your statutory duties required under Core Strategy Policy SC1 if you approve these proposals. I ask you to uphold the best interests for continued wider community use of these premises and of all private householders living in the vicinity by refusing this application. Put simply, SC1 directive obliges you to protect and retain existing social and community facilities, except in very specific circumstances. Present plans cannot meet these conditions. Please note, in terms of that directive, it is simply not permissible to substitute a major private nursing home development in place of losing good community facilities from which many more people benefit. Among the 120 robust letters opposing closure in the earlier Church Commissioner's review, the well-regarded Vicar of St Paul's Tupsley wrote, he strongly supported the continued use and Christian witness of the main group using the building. He happily worked with them because he recognised and honoured the work and presence of God found among that worshipping and praying community. So much for the claimed no viable future for the building. In my brief time now, I cannot show how these proposals clearly fail to meet SC1 directive criteria, but full details are set out in your update papers for thorough consideration. Please refuse this planning application. Thank you.
Good morning. So my name is Richard Wood. I'm the resident of St Barnabas Church, the vicarage, and I'm also representing all of the neighbours within the vicinity. The proposed building is over twice the length, twice the width, and increased footprint compared to the church. It is nearly 6 times the square meterage. The high point shifts closer to Admiral's Close and the vicarage. The top of the current bell tower is 13.5 metres. The top of the proposed light tunnel is 18.5 metres. This is equivalent to 3 two-storey houses stacked upon each other. It is an overdevelopment, overbearing and out of keeping with the neighbourhood and the more sympathetic and modest church it is looking to replace. I am the registered owner of a proportion of the land contained within this application. I have not received a Notice 1 document and I have not received Certificate B is not included within the application. Therefore, it cannot be considered valid and it is invalid. Whilst the land I own remains in the application, it cannot be improved and a new application is required for the land to be removed. There are numerous errors within the planning report, within the supporting documents and within the case officer's report. Quoting the case officer, there has been a reduction to the rear elevation southwest and it is now 2 stories, previously 3. This is factually incorrect. They are 3 stories and 4-storey buildings within 6 metres of the neighbours' gardens. They consist of a garden store, bedrooms, staff and dining rooms, and a terrace and balcony. They were looking to raise the car park to actually build this on. It's 9.9 metres above the current car park level, 11.5 above Admiral's Close.
I'm afraid your time is up. Thank you. Right, now I'll move on to Mr. Payton, who speaks in support of the application. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Simon Patient. I've been involved with Heritage Manor for the last 20 years. We're a small group of 5 nursing homes operating in Herefordshire and Worcestershire. We employ over 300 staff, and I'm very proud to say that we were the Care Employer of the Year at the recent Great British Care Awards. We've been the owner of Newstead House, the adjacent nursing home, since 2016. That particular home has won a top 20 home in the Midlands on the for the carehome.co.uk website. That is effectively the TripAdvisor for nursing homes voted on by the public. Our homes have an excellent reputation with the council quality teams and with the CQC. And only yesterday, our sister home in Leominster, which is West Eaton House, was visited by the quality team and given absolutely no improvements whatsoever. A thumbs up. We're looking to build and then operate ourselves on the proposed St Barnabas site for many years to come. Our mission statement is quite simple. It is to provide warm and friendly care within a homely environment, delivered by well-trained and motivated staff, and the crucial piece to this is to enable residents to live their best lives. Is the current home achieving that mission? We are fully staffed, unlike the majority of Herefordshire homes. However, our challenge now is that not all the rooms are en suite. The existing home is not purpose-built, and at times access outside can be problematic. To enable residents to live their best lives, we need to ensure we have larger, more modern rooms. We need to have an easy-to-use communal space. We have to have better access outside. You cannot have nursing homes designed to keep in the so-called inmates. We have to use the gardens and get into the fresh air. Without the ability to adapt, like many homes across the county, older homes will have to close unless they can meet more modern needs. I'd just also refer to the 2025 Hereford and Worcestershire ICB figures predict a 50% increase in the over 85 demography, and it is that part of the population which we serve. As the report says, there is a vast pressing need for more nursing beds in the county, and I contend we are one of the best operators in Herefordshire. So the journey to today, we've spent 2 years working with Heather Carlisle and her team, and we've gone through 3 apps. We've also worked with Councillor Ben Proctor, and I've spoken to the residents along St Barnabas Close and Admiral's Close. And actually, we've had a lot of warm words from our neighbours and a lot of support for what we are doing. Thank you.
And now if the public speakers could return to the gallery, please. Local member for the ward is Councillor Proctor. He speaks now, and at the end of the debate, he does not have a vote. He has a 10-minute time limit.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you especially to members of the committee who were able to come on the site visit. I think those of you that did come on the site visit will agree that it was really helpful in trying to understand what is going on this site. The presentations that we've had so far, I think, really highlight the key issues for the committee to focus on, and I'll just kind of repeat that, and then Councillor Cornthwaite will add to that as well. So this site is right on the boundary of my ward, of College Ward, and it's immediately adjacent to Homer Ward. So the 2 listed buildings, one is in my ward, and Cox's Cottage is in Homer Ward. It's in a residential area, as you will have seen, but it's immediately adjacent to 2 existing care nursing homes, and just down the road we have a couple of colleges and a school. So it's a mixed area. It is the only community space in my ward, and the closure of the building has been a sad loss to the ward, and losing it permanently there's no doubt, would be a very sad loss to local residents. And the whole of the north of the city, in my view, is very short of community spaces like this. And again, those of you on the site visit will have seen that it's a very nice space inside. But there's no doubt we badly need high quality care spaces. The officers are suggesting that the benefit of the care space overrides the downside of losing the community space, and that's something for you to decide yourselves whether you agree with that. The site falls down towards Admiral's Close quite substantially. You can see the clock tower not just from the properties in Admiral's Close, but from actually quite a lot of the city. And there's no doubt about it, this proposal and the presenting officer made it clear this would be a very significant change to the character of that site. I personally have concerns about the access to the site, but the Highways advice is that the Highways engineer is not concerned, so I'm not going to get into that in any more detail. The design is developed and evolved so that there's a mix of materials, heights and outlooks, and that's trying to make it more appropriate for the mix of the residential styles in the local area. And there isn't a real vernacular in the local area. There are all sorts of different sizes. Because of the listed buildings, the mass of the building is kind of positioned at the back of the site, and so from Vens Lane, I think it will actually look quite unobtrusive, but clearly for the properties that border the property at the back of the site, it will be the opposite, because that's where the mass of the building is, and there will be overlooking of those properties, and the applicant has tried to reduce this by not placing windows in walls, again, this is I think a key point for the committee. So the officers feel that the applicant has done enough to mitigate that. but do you agree? One question that I failed to ask, and maybe you could ask this during your debate, is the lighting and the reference to the lighting that I've seen is about dark skies lighting, but will the lighting of how would the lighting of the building impact on neighbouring properties? That's one thing I failed to ask. I apologise for that. So overall, it'll be a much more substantial building, and it will change the feel of that site, and also the aspect of that site from some distance away. And the applicant has tried to reduce the impact through design and by using the slope intelligently, and the biggest impact will clearly be on neighbouring properties. But it will have some impact on the view from much of the rest of the city. So I ask you to imagine that completed building in situ. The current care home is very quiet. I imagine that the sort of day-to-day operation of this site would be similarly quiet, and it really is about the impact on neighbouring properties, the overlooking, and just having this much more substantial building very much closer to their property that I think is the key question for you as a planning committee. Has the applicant done enough? The officers clearly think so, but do you agree? Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'll move to the adjoining ward member for this item. He speaks now, Councillor Corthwaite, and at the end of the debate. He does not have a vote.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak. Decision before you today is not simply about bricks and mortar. It is about whether we, as a city, value our community assets, our heritage, and the voices of the people who live here. It is about whether we act prematurely or whether we act responsibly. I want to set out clearly why approving the demolition of St Barnabas would be premature, unsupported by evidence, contrary to national policy direction, and inconsistent with the wishes of the community it was built to serve. 1. The community consultation was overwhelming and ignored. Before the diocese decided to dispose of St Barnabas, they carried out a public consultation. The result was unambiguous. 126 local residents and building users asked for the church to remain in community use. Only one person, the diocesan secretary, supported its disposal. That's not a marginal result. That is not a divided community. That is a 126 to 1 mandate. Yet, the church commissioners proceeded to sell the building to the highest bidder, disregarding the clearly expressed wishes of the community. Under the National Planning Policy Framework, the loss of a community facility must be justified. When 126 residents say they want to keep it and only one person says otherwise, it is impossible to argue that there is no community interest or no viable community use. The statutory test has not been met. 2. There is active current demand for community space. The need for community facilities in this part of Heritage is not theoretical. It is immediate and real. Only recently, I was contacted by Wessington Juniors Football Club, based in Victoria Park, less than 1 mile from St Barnabas. They have around 150 young people on their books and are actively seeking somewhere they can establish as a permanent home. This is exactly the kind of youth-focused, community-benefiting activity that St Barnabas could accommodate. Demonstrates that additional viable alternative uses do exist, that demand is strong, and that the building could continue to serve the community in ways that align with both local and national priorities. The applicant has not explored any of these possibilities. The community has, and the opportunities are clear. 3. National policy direction is shifting, and this committee should not act prematurely. Members will be aware that there is currently a bill before the House of Lords examining how community assets, including places of worship, can be better protected from disposal or demolition without meaningful local engagement. Whatever one's political views, the very existence of this bill shows that Parliament recognises a national problem. Communities across the country are losing valued buildings faster than the planning system can respond. And this concern is not confined to one political viewpoint. Across the political spectrum, there is growing recognition that churches form part of our national heritage and community infrastructure. For example, Reform UK has publicly proposed automatic listed building status for churches to prevent their loss. I'm not raising this to debate party politics. I'm highlighting that concern about the demolition of churches is shared across very different political perspectives. When Parliament and political groups of all persuasions are signalling that the loss of churches is a national problem, it would be out of step for this committee to approve demolition here in Hereford before that national picture is settled. 4. The BAT survey is invalid, and demolition would be unlawful without proper assessment. The ecological survey submitted with this application was carried out in March, when bats are hibernating. It is impossible to assess bat activity or identify roosts at that time of year. Local residents have provided photographic evidence of bats using the building. Under the Wildlife and Countryside Act and Natural England guidance, demolition cannot lawfully proceed without A, a full active season bat survey, a mitigation plan, and if bats are present, a Natural England licence. None of these requirements have been met. This alone is grounds for refusal or deferral. Proceeding without proper surveys would expose both the applicant and the council to legal risk. 5. Heritage considerations have not been assessed. St Barnabas is not a listed building, but it is unquestionably a candidate for designation as a non-designated heritage asset. It is a mid-20th century parish church built to serve the post-war expansion of North Hereford. It is a recognisable landmark, a place of identity and a building with deep social value. Under MPPF, paragraphs 203 to 206, the loss of a non-designated heritage asset requires a balanced assessment of harm and public benefit. No such assessment has been carried out. To approve demolition without that assessment would be premature and contrary to national policy. 6. The building is viable for community use and alternatives have not been explored. The applicant has not demonstrated that alternative community uses have been considered. The building is structurally sound, as you saw yesterday, and suitable for adaptive reuse as A, community hub, B, flexible space, event space, C, youth provision, 4, well-being activities, 5, interfaith and cultural use. The community has expressed clear interest in taking this forward. The diocese's own consultation proves that. The NPPF requires evidence that a community facility is no longer needed and that alternatives have been explored. That evidence is absent. 7. The proposed replacement development is extremely intensive. While today's first focus is the demolition, members cannot ignore the context. The proposal is to replace St Barnabas with a large-scale care home that would fundamentally alter the character of the area. The scale, the massing and intensity of the proposed development raise serious concerns about traffic, parking, overshadowing and loss of amenity, and the cumulative impact on local infrastructure. These concerns reinforce the need for caution before allowing demolition. 8. A decision today would be irreversible and unnecessary. Once St Barnabas is demolished, it's gone forever. There's no going back. But there is no urgency that justifies rushing this decision. There's no legal requirement to approve demolition now. There's no policy pressure to act before national guidance evolves. There's no evidence that the community does not want the building. In fact, the evidence shows the opposite. A deferral or refusal today would allow proper ecological surveys, a heritage assessment, exploration of community alternatives, and alignment with emerging national policy. This is the responsible course of action. In closing, Chair, members, St Barnabas is exactly the kind of building that national policy discussions are trying to protect. A community asset, a place of identity, and a building the local population clearly wants to retain. Approving demolition now would be premature, unsupported by evidence, contrary to the MPPF, and out of step with the direction of national policy. I respectfully urge the committee to refuse or defer this application. Chair, members, if I may add a brief personal note that illustrates the depth of community connection to this building. I have personally used St. Barnabas for over 30 years, where I took my daughter to her dance classes from 1994 onwards, where my wife and I learned to dance, and at the very beginning of our marriage. And from 2017 until April 2024, it is where my own Christian fellowship met, alongside 4 other Christian groups, until we were required to vacate to make way for this proposed development. These are not isolated memories. They represent the lived experience of hundreds of local people over decades. St. Barnabas has been a place of joy, growth, belonging, and community life. This is precisely the kind of social value the NPPF requires us to protect. Psalm 127:1 says, "Unless the Lord builds the house, the builders labor in vain." Proverbs 22:28 says, "Do not remove the ancient landmark which your fathers have set." A scripture reminds us, unless the Lord builds the house, the builders labor in vain. St. Barnabas was built with purpose, with prayer, and with the intention of serving this community. That purpose has not expired, and the community has not relinquished it.
Right, thank you. And now I invite debate. Councillor Woodall.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for that passionate discussion we've had there. We appreciate it. And thank you to the members of the public who've come forward. Loss of the churches. It's not really an issue. I mean, the money that's going to be used from selling this church will go towards churches elsewhere. It'll go towards supporting vicars, communities, and other areas of social activity. Unless the diocese puts it straight into shareholders, I doubt it. I know that they are struggling to find money, and they will be using it for community. The idea that the scale is a problem. There are other huge buildings nearby, Herefordshire College of Art, the other residential houses. That big, huge White House further up the road looks about 5 stories high. It's the scale for me doesn't cause a problem. But the thing that does get me is the fact that community centres do actually belong in populated areas, in cities, in towns, where there are going to be a mixture of people in society who can benefit from it, especially children. Dancing, as you said, is one example of it, but many other things that people need space for. I mean, why do we need a care home in the city? Can't care homes be built elsewhere? Can they be built outside of the highly populated areas? Why do they need to be in town? So I find myself actually, after consideration, going against the planning proposal. I'd like to see it continue as a community centre, not because it's a church, but because it's in a populated area that needs that provision. Thank you.
Councillor Simmons, and then Councillor Andrews, then Councillor. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to everybody who's spoken so passionately and reasonably about their concerns. I am struggling with this application. I thought the case officer has presented the excellent tension and planning balance that's in weight here. There are undoubtedly impacts upon SC1 and social community facilities. I think that's been outlined as well by Councillor Proctor as the ward member. However, we do need care homes. We do have a lack of 5-year housing land supply, and we do prefer to use brownfield sites. but then that puts in the inherent tension with embodied carbon and knocking down a perfectly decent building, which has been built to, you know, a high standard. I'm very pleased to see that there's a resource audit being proposed as part of the condition. I do have real issues with the impact on particularly Admiral Close, and although clearly there has been a huge amount of work done pre-app to look at the levels and respect the topographical area, I think my concern is regarding the balconies and the overlooking and the scale at the back of the properties. I've tried to look at the finished floor levels above ordnance datum for the existing site and car park, and the ground floor level. I think the balcony will be at 80.35 above ordnance datum, which is, you know, significantly higher than the land as it falls away. I'm not convinced that screening will provide year-round reduction in impact upon the properties at Admiral Close, and therefore how the building and massing is seen. But I do accept there has been massing changes made to try and reflect that. Yeah, ultimately I'd like to hear more on the debate before I make a decision. Thank you.
Councillor Andrews.
Excuse me, thank you, Chair. I think, like other members, I'm conflicted about this. I know from my own background an urgent need for more care beds, and Councillor Woodall, it's much easier for staffing situations to provide them in urban areas, because getting hold of staff in rural areas can be very problematic indeed. I know from my own personal experience on that one. But the size of the building, and that's particularly at the back, is particularly difficult, I think, and which has already been said, the overlooking at Admiral Close does not seem to really have been solved. And I do have a question. If we turn this down, what are the church commissioners, who I understand own the property, going to do with it? Are they going to return it to community use or not? Or is it just going to sit there empty and wait for an appeal? Thank you.
Carlisle, do you want to say something?
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, Councillor Andrews, I'm not aware of that situation, and it's not a material planning consideration, unfortunately, so I haven't got an answer for you today on that, but I appreciate your commentary. Thank you.
I think that's what tends to happen. Anyway, Councillor Engel.
I, like everybody else, is conflicted by this, but can I just ask, the gentleman who lives in the vicarage seemed to make some pertinent points which sounded to me as though they needed an answer. Is that reasonable?
Councillor Engel, are you seeking clarification in regards to the issue of sort of certification and in terms of ownership? Yes.
Yes, yeah. Primarily. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we've just had a look at that to see. Unfortunately, today, right this moment, our back office systems are down, so I can't check the unredacted versions of the forms because it's only online. It is something we would need to resolve. We need to go away and check that to see if the we need to go back and check and see who notice has been served on to ensure it's valid. If they are a landowner, a notice should have been served under Certificate B. So we will need to, either way, whatever the resolution is today, go away and look into that in some more detail before we issue a decision. But that's not unresolvable. It is something that we can resolve. We just need to take that away. We can still move forward with a resolution, but we would need to resolve either service of the notice or checking to the ownership side of things. It's not something we do as a matter of course with an application unless it's raised. Unfortunately, to our knowledge, it wasn't raised until just now. So, and I, on the one committee item, one day of committee when I don't have access to the back office, it's the one time I need to get in. So we will have to take that away.
Thank you.
It's always subject to those sort of things, but, you know. Councillor Baker and then Councillor Jennard.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this type of application makes it very difficult for committee members to make a decision on. It's not an unusual application, knocking down one building and building something else on the site. That's what we tend to do every time. But it's very unusual to involve a church being demolished. This isn't a church, as most of us remember churches, big old Victorian places with flint exteriors. This is a modern building, no more than about 50 years old, but it has a character to it. I'm just wondering, there's a lot of talk of community facilities. I wonder when that was last used as a community facility. It was freezing cold when we went in there yesterday and there was no electricity. It had been switched off. So maybe it's not currently being used for community use. I don't know. Is it actually an asset of community value? I don't think it is. I understand the church commissioners don't allow churches to be used or designated as an asset of community value. I don't know. But of course, if local people want it to be such facility, they need to buy it, I would have thought. I mean, who pays the bills for a place like that? If it's not going to be used as a church, you've got gas, electricity, insurance, business rates, etc., etc. Who's going to pay for that? I don't know. But that apart, I think the addition in the county of a good quality care facilities is vital, really, and it comes to us all, doesn't it? Eventually, some of us may be sooner rather than later. But there we are. But there's no doubt that the firm who will take it over have got a good reputation. But I can't see any planning reasons why this should be refused. And to those ends, I would recommend, with the conditions imposed and the discussions that we had earlier, that this be approved. Thank you.
Is that a proposal? Is that seconded? No one at the moment? Right, I'll go on to Councillor Jenner. We'll come back to that in a moment.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question for the planning officer. So quite often on plans we have a sort of a previous, if a building is being demolished, a previous building and then a new building picture so that we can see the sort of the difference. Because I'm really concerned that this is such a massive, as in massive development compared to what is there already. I have looked through the plans. I couldn't find a picture as such. Do you have one that we could have a look at? Just to really see the scale of development.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't, unfortunately. I'm sure you can appreciate it's not a validation requirement as the planning application, but I do appreciate in response to, like you say, your query, and again in terms of that sort of trying to I suppose ascertain in terms of the scale of development from existing to propose from the drawings that have been submitted. So I haven't got one to share with you today.
Okay. So I am going to say that I can't support this because of our core strategy SD1. I just feel like the scale, height, proportions and massing of the surrounding developments are not taken into account.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for all the presentations. It's been quite an interesting discussion so far. I'm really torn here between the requirement for modern care homes, that full 52-bed facility that will be undoubtedly well used, and especially in a central city location, giving us not only the benefit of having additional care in the area, but also the employment prospects for all the people that need to work there to support such a facility. So that's going to do local businesses increased support as well. So that I think is quite important. But then we have the other side of the coin, the loss of a community asset and the loss of the church, and also the loss of support for young people that were using that facility or could use that facility. And therefore that really troubles me, because we have a fine balance of between supporting the older generation and supporting the younger generation. And how do we fulfill that? which is quite worrying. And I hopefully that I can get some more support and clarification on what's best for us and best for the community, so we can make a decision on this that would be beneficial to everybody. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing about provision for elderly and social care? We, in this county, we are struggling, and it will become apparent before long how much we are struggling with provision for the elderly. Councillor Simon, and then Councillor Thomas.
Just helping to work through in my mind the quantum and scale of development and the increase in the kind of impermeability of the site. There's currently areas of green. I do note that there is a condition on drainage, and that the developer applicant has proposed storm storage tanks and grey water recycling, which I welcome. I hope that will be sufficient in terms of the hydraulic overload pressures. I did notice the discussion between Welsh Water, but I think it goes to show the sort of scale of development on that site. Again, it is the tension. I really am struggling with trying to weigh up this balance of what is needed. In terms of within the surrounding area, what other spaces are available for community use? Has there been any discussion of that within? I did listen to Councillor Proctor. I mean, I'm aware there are other buildings there, but has any information been sought by the case officer on that basis?
Thank you, Councillor Simmons. In terms of evidence base, no, but I think it goes back to in terms of the committee report. It does say that the existing sort of church and the community use has been sort of ceased operation. I think the community since March 2023. And I think in terms of then latterly, and it's been sort of been marketed since. So, in answer to your question, no, I've not done a trawl of existing community facilities. However, I think in terms of existing sort of community centres and other sort of church facilities, that because we are talking about Hereford City, that in terms of my officer opinion, that there is a availability out there in terms of parish halls, in terms of like halls, but unfortunately I haven't got the evidence in front of you to say that. It is my officer opinion on that. I'm more than happy for any other officers to chip in to clarify.
Councillor Thomas. Okay.
Boy, this is a lot of work, and we've got to thank Ms. Carlisle for. Obviously, this has been a huge amount of work. I have, again, problems with this. First of all, as described, loss of community asset. The only other village hall, if you can call them to me a village hall or whatever, is Homer. And I understand that Homer is absolutely chock-a-block with bookings. So there isn't anything else. The biggest concern of all has been already brought up is the mass of this building and the way it is going to overlook Admiral Close. We cannot ask those people, they've all got windows, when we site visit yesterday, they've all got windows looking at St Barnabas. And this is going to really be a huge building on that horizon. You see yesterday, we looked through, and we could see the cathedral and St Peter's Church. You just take it the other way. It is going to be enormous. It is by the look of it, it's a very large roof. It's 4 stories high. And that 4 stories is going to be up against Admiral Close. And I think really we have got to make a stand here. I accept that we need plenty more old people's homes, although one in my ward and one I know quite well at Brockhampton is they haven't got enough patients at the moment, if we like to call them patients, or residents probably is a better word. Residents, thank you. They haven't got enough. Now, whether that's because they're charging too much or not, but another one in my ward at Stew Church is also hasn't got enough residents, and they're not an expensive old people's home. So, but I think the chairman is right. We shall in future need it. But do we need it here? And the other thing is, from a building point of view, St Barnabas built, I think, in 64 or 65, is an amazing building. I looked round that yesterday. I looked up the walls. There isn't any movement, considering it's built on a slope. There isn't any movement at all. It is a very, very fine building, and we're going to lose that. I think I totally agree that I think Old People's Home we need, but there are other places and other sites that we can go to. I really do not think we need to be able to lose this, and I shall certainly be voting against this proposal because I feel just that the community, lost to the community, and losing a very good building. I'm reminded of the wonderful saying from Prince Charles about the I think it was the National Museum, wasn't it? A much loved carbuncle on a much loved thing. And I think we're taking away, okay, a very nice building, actually, a very nice church, and replacing it with a massive, massive Old People's Home. I think it's the wrong situation, and I should be definitely voting against it. Thank you.
Councillor Baker and then Councillor Woodall.
Thank you, Chairman. Just Ms Carnile said just a few moments ago that it hasn't been in community use or facilities since 2023.
Can I refer you to paragraph 6.53 of the committee report?
6 point.
Sorry. Can I refer you, Councillor Baker, to paragraph 6.53 of the committee report, where it states it's been unused since July 2024. The site is no longer required and has been used by the parish as a church and community facility since March 2023, and otherwise been unused since July 2024. And I can also confirm as case officer that in terms of when I've done site visits in 2024, it was used as a community facility, but in terms of subsequent site visits, it has been sort of vacant in that use.
That's interesting because we've heard a lot, haven't we, about the lack of community facilities in the area, and that what we're saying is this particular building, the one that's subject to our perusals today, hasn't been used as a community facility for 18 months. And could I just one final sentence? If it is approved, maybe we could have a little informative and ask that they retain the bell tower and put it on top of the new building.
Spire.
Thank you, Chair. So, the policy SC1, social and community facilities, it said that, you know, if you could demonstrate that it's no longer of any use or there's an alternative facility available, and as has just been said, it hasn't apparently been in use, why not? I mean, there's properties that I'm trying to get used for community use in Leominster that have been vacant for years, and we can't get hold of them because the owner doesn't want you to. And it's not that a community group is not going to be able to find £700,000 or £1.1 million or whatever the price tag is for a large site in a city like that, for that sort of property. And the church obviously doesn't want to continue having to maintain it. How do people raise the money? Well, they rent it, they let it out, they lease it. There's lots of things the church could do to maintain that as a community facility if they were so minded. But you're quite right. It's very difficult for a small community dance group or a bunch of kids trying to learn some sort of activity to find the money to keep that place going by themselves. It needs to be a group effort, but it also needs the generosity, let's say, of our church, of the diocese, to allow that facility to be kept going and to at least give people a chance to raise the money at a fair price to take it over. So that's what I would say about the fact that it hasn't been used, or that who's paying for the electricity, or of course they're going to turn it off, and who's going to pay for this and that. It's a difficult issue. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, I believe it to be the case that the church ceased to make it available for community use.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Exactly the same. Someone's locked the door, they're not answering the phones, it's therefore not available.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a problem potentially with the principle of reuse on this site, in terms of another building or some other use. I think there is issues with the scale of this development in terms of LD1. There are tensions with SC1 as well. In terms of, could a better scheme come forward that perhaps includes an element of community use that brings intergenerational connections? I think there is. We've seen this elsewhere in the UK and the continent. Obviously, that isn't what's before us today. However, I am increasingly of the view that despite the absolute positive benefits of care home and the need for that, our 5-year housing land supply, there are substantial issues that outweigh that with this development. So I would like to propose that, contrary to the officer's recommendation, sadly, we reject this application based on partially SC1 and the community use, not, that is clearly something that's needed in that area from Councillor Proctor's comments. LD1, I think in terms of the massing and scale, I hadn't come down thinking I was going to reject this, so I haven't given very much thought to the policy situation. I don't know if any of my colleagues can help me. This is usually the other way around, so I'm asking on you now because I haven't brought with me my core strategy policies. But that's, thank you, kind of where I'm at. Anybody else? So that's my recommendation. I don't know if there's a second to that. Thank you.
Is there a seconder, please? I know where we're heading, so I think we need to move on a little now.
You just have a seconder.
Councillor Gennard has seconded. Okay.
Can I just, obviously Councillor Gennard initially had said something similar, but SD1 as well, so you may want to have a look at that. In terms of SC1, sort of reading the room, I guess, and amongst the comments. So we probably just need a little bit of clarification. And the way that I think I'm reading this is that you don't have the information before you to be satisfied at this point in time that the loss of the facilities. So going back, actually, can I just share this on the screen because it might help. Anyway. Right, so this is policy SC1. So policy SC1 says existing facilities will be retained unless it can be demonstrated an appropriate alternative facility is available or can be provided to meet the needs of the community affected, or it has been shown that the facility is no longer required, viable, or is no longer fit for purpose. And where appropriate, has been vacant and marketed for community use without success, and viable alternative facilities must be equivalent to those replaced in terms of size, quality and accessibility. We've taken, obviously as officers, we've taken one view. Members seem to be taking a different view. So it'd be good to just get your thoughts on whether that is my understanding from what you've been saying. And then I don't have the other policies to put up on the screen, but SD1 and LD1 are the two key policies that relate to scale massing, overlooking privacy. LD1 talks about townscape and character and setting as well. So those are the three. So just some clarification on the SC1 reference you've made, because I want to make sure we're getting that right, please.
I think we all agree that we are not aware of what other facilities, and we don't have the evidence to say existing facilities will be retained unless it can be demonstrated that an appropriate alternative facility is available to meet the community affected. And by the community affected, I see the immediate area there, not Hereford City as a wider area. I'm talking about the ward and what's available within the ward to provide for those facilities that were previously used there. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Engel.
Briefly, reading SC1, I think that is pretty clear cut, I'm afraid.
Right. Is there any officers' clarification needed? Ms Gibbons.
Yeah, sorry. Just we were looking at that wording again and some of the comments that have been made. Is it also that you haven't seen evidence that it's not viable for that use as well in terms of, yeah, talking of the financial side? Okay.
Okay. Anything further the officers want to?
Only thing I think we do need to, obviously, if we are going to move to a decision, the resolution would need to be that we need to firstly investigate the service of the Certificate B before we can move to issue a decision, because we need to understand the validity of that application in the first instance.
And also, is there any merit in policy LD1 in terms of townscape? I can see that there has been some consideration of the topographical, but I don't think sufficient consideration has been given to the enhancement of the setting or settlements, and with particular reference to Admiral Close. Although it is slightly overlooked already, the introduction of balconies and terrace at the back of that property encourages more sitting there than the current situation, and therefore it's introducing additional people to sort of sit and stare out into those properties at the back. I appreciate what you're saying about the gap between the buildings, but in terms of the residential amenity of the gardens as much as the properties themselves, is LD1 significant enough?
SD1. You would need for that as well, because that's a privacy and amenity.
Okay, all right. So, but
LD1 is more
townscape.
Design and townscape and how that is affected in terms of mass, scale.
And we've all said we're
surroundings.
concerned about the mass of the building and the scale of the building.
Yes.
In how it's viewed. So in
the LD1 has a place in that.
Place within that
wider-
discussion.
yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
I'm anxious we get this.
A quick one on this. This was built, I think, 64, 65. I would think that nobody, very, very few people in Admiral's Close would have been there in their houses then. So they would have bought those houses looking at St Barnabas Church to impose this. We're all very unhappy with the scale of this thing because of the way, because it's built on a very sloping ground. It is going to be massive at the back.
Made all those arguments now, and we need to move on. Okay. I think we're.
Just a very quick one. Can I remind, I shouldn't be doing this, but should I remind our members that officers have spent 2 years working with the developers on this, and they are professional people who've come to the view that this would benefit from approval for under all the various planning regulations. I just want to make sure we are aware of that.
There may be developments will take place before long that may make that even more important.
Just to go back to Councillor Baker, I fully agree, and I do not like voting against, but this is about planning balance, and we as representatives in a democratically elected way have to consider those elements, and we are legitimately able to give those more significant weight than potentially officers are. And I do appreciate there is real tension in this with the planning balance, but we know our communities and we know what is valuable to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll ask Ms Gibbons to one or two things.
Yeah, okay, let's just before we go to the vote, let's just clarify what we're doing. Firstly, I wanted to say I think that today's been really interesting about understanding that planning balance. You've all articulated that. You've seen the care home, what the value of that is, and all of the things that make that a difficult thing to put into the planning balance. So I think that debate has been really good, really good. So just if we're moving forward, so a resolution would be that we need to investigate the validity of the application in terms of Certificate B, and then move forward with a refusal on the grounds of SD1 and LD1 relating to scale, mass, proportion, townscape, overlooking privacy amenity issues and the relationship between the the properties to the rear on Admiral's Close. And we will also advance a reason for refusal on conflict with policy SC1 in relation to the lack of, that we're not sufficiently evidenced that that there's alternative facilities and that the facility is no longer required viable for the use, or that it's been sufficiently marketed sufficiently marketed on that basis without success. So those are the three issues that I think we're taking that forward. We'll obviously listen back to the debate and just carefully word those, but those are the key issues that we would be moving forward with the resolution to refuse.
The proposer and second to confirm that? Yep.
Attempt that, thanks, Kelly.
Right. Now I'll go back to the local member first. Did you want to say anything just to...
Very quickly, thank you for the debate. I think it has been, it's clear that the committee is really engaged with the issues, and I think everybody has said, and I'm going to add that there clearly are planning matters that had to be balanced here. Just picking up on a couple of things, Councillor Woodall initially said, why do we need a care home in the city? And that slightly triggered me. My next door neighbour moved into Newstead, the kind of which neighbours the site, and that was much better than having to move out into the countryside. My father was in a care home that was cyclable from my house. It would have been very difficult. It was we do need these facilities to be in the city. We also need community facilities to be in the city. Just as a matter of clarification, because Councillor Cornthwaite talked about the church commissioners, I think got a bit muddy, but the building is owned by the diocese, and I think it's pretty clear, the diocese has been pretty clear about what they intend to do with it. So we need to deal with that. But thank you very much for the debate, and I think it's shows well the degree to which this committee does engage with the applications before them. Thanks.
Councillor Cornthwaite.
Yes, sorry, Chair, that I was trying to raise my hand. It's the frustration of questions being asked and I knowing some of the answers and just wanting to clarify. So it's just being too used to being on the other side of the table. The building, I'll say that Oasis Church, who were the leaseholders, they were the ones renting the building from the diocese until the end of March 2024. On the 1st of April, we had to vacate that building along with the 4 other Christian fellowships that we allowed to use it under our umbrella. And with that also went all the community use that we could offer. And that varied right across the board as to what other community groups were allowed to come into that building. Myself used one of the rooms there as a place to meet local residents when they had issues to debate, and was able to use that upper room, which you didn't see yesterday. And from that moment, the building was closed and no one has been given access, despite the fact that it's needed, despite the fact that there is an available flat within that premise that could have been used for social housing. But they closed that to us. whether it's owned, strictly speaking, by the diocese or the church commissioners, it's the church commissioners who made that decision to sell it against all that they've done. With regard to Wessington Juniors, you're talking about other community use. They have to go to Withington to find a village hall, which is 5 miles away, and St Barnabas is just across the road. I was going to make reference to the fact that only on Monday did I receive an answer to the fact that I'd wanted to put on a building preservation notice. I'm not convinced that that's relevant, but I would like to make sure that going forward, we do carry out a bat survey when bats are active, which is in this summer, and that you bear in mind there is overwhelming community opposition and an active demand for community space like Wessington Juniors. Also, that the national debate in Parliament about protecting places of worship, that's going through the Lords, and I think within the next time you may get to look at this, there will already be a bill approved that tells us that this shouldn't go through. And I think that's where I will leave my comments.
Right, thank you. Right, we've got a resolution now. Can I ask a proposed and seconded? Those in favour, please indicate. Of a refusal? Yes.
Refusal.
Against? 2, 1 abstention. I would now ask for a 10-minute break. Thank you. Right, welcome back to the Planning Committee. The third application is land at the rear of Mortimer Court, Brimfield, Hereford, a proposed construction of 7 houses and associated landscaping. Can I request that the public speakers present in person for the agenda item 8 please take their seats at the front of the Mr. Harris and Mr. Norris and Mr. Yarnold. Please take their seat. Good morning. I welcome you to the meeting and will call you to speak following the officer's presentation on the application. Anyway, we'll... Okay.
Yep. Good afternoon, Chair.
George.
Good afternoon, members. This application is 251998 and relates to land at the rear of Mortimer Court, Brimfield. The application seeks planning permission for 7 houses and associated landscaping. Members visited the site yesterday, so thank you for doing so. I would also refer members to the update sheet that contains a minor clarification in relation to the the housing mix of the proposed dwellings as queried on site yesterday. The clarification does not alter the assessment or the recommendation. So we have the first slide, please. So this slide shows the wider location of the site marked by the red star. The site lies within Wyson, which forms part of Brimfield, approximately 5 miles south of Ludlow and to the east of the A49, west of the A49 rather. It's located within the existing settlement, but outside of the settlement boundary, but it's not considered to be within an isolated location. Next slide, please. So the slide shows the red line boundary of the application site. Members will note that the site includes the private access road which is taken from Wyson Lane to the south and already serves the existing 5 dwellings. So there are 4 terraced properties at Mortimer Court and the detached Mortimer House which lies to the south and close to the junction with Wyson Lane. There's also a shared garage block which serves Mortimer Court, and that is located just to the north of the terraced properties at Mortimer Court. The site is flanked by existing residential development either side, Wyson Avenue to the west and Coppice Drive to the east, and that is a recently completed scheme. The site extends only to part of the wider field, as members will have noted yesterday. The remainder of the land lies beyond the application boundary and would remain undeveloped, with access retained. There are no landscape designations affecting the site. The southernmost part of the red line boundary at the junction with Wyson Lane lies within flood zone 2, the remainder of the site in flood zone 1. The site also lies within the River Team catchment, which is hydrologically linked to the River Clun SAC. Next slide, please. So here we have the proposed site layout. The development would comprise 2 short terraces, one of 4 dwellings and one of 3, and they are arranged to respond to the linear form of the site. Parking, turn-in and private amenity space are provided within the site and the proposed development. Members will note the access widening at the southern end of the private road, with the first 10 metres from Wyson Lane to be widened to 4.8 metres and allowing 2-way vehicle movement at that most critical point. Members saw this and on site, and photos will follow as well. Importantly, the proposal would not prevent access to the remainder of the field to the north, but no additional access points serving the site, both pedestrian or vehicular, are proposed. There is just the sole point of access from Wyson Lane. Next slide, please. Yeah, so just the proposed elevations. Design approach is relatively straightforward and is considered to be reflective of the local residential character. Traditional two-storey form, consistent massing, and materials that are, again, considered to reflect surrounding development within Wyson and Brimfield. Given the backland nature of the site and its containment by existing development on all sides, it's considered that the scale, layout and appearance would not give rise to any unacceptable visual or landscape harms. Details of hard and soft landscaping are secured by Condition 7 as set out within the report, and an early submission of those is required and implementation at an appropriate point in the development's lifetime. And then if you go to the next slide, I think we've got some photos. So this just looks west along Wyson Lane, and you can see there the access serving the site to the right-hand side, so the northern side of the road. You note that the boundary is set back and the highway extent allows for the required visibility displays to be demonstrated and maintained in perpetuity. And again, those are secured and enforceable as set out at Condition 8. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this then looks north again from Wyson Lane up that private access. This is where the 4.8 metre widening is located. Some work to widen that has already been undertaken. Only a short while ago there was an area sort of laid to gravel where the for sale sign is, and that was used for bin storage, but that has already been undertaken in preparation of widening that access. Next slide, please. And then, yeah, this looks south along the access from where we congregated yesterday on site. So you can see the detached shared garage visible and those dwellings at Mortimer Court. But that just shows the alignment of the private road heading back down to Wyson Lane. Next slide, please. So then this looks into the main part of the site where the proposed residential development would be situated. You can see the recently completed development just there to the right-hand side, so to the east. Next slide, I think, just shows it a little bit clearer. Yeah, so looking across the site, essentially level. The site, the proposed development extending to just beyond the rendered dwelling, which you can see there to the right-hand side, to the east of the site. So on the next slide, we've just gone to the main issues. In terms of the principle, the site lies just outside of the defined settlement boundary within the Brimfield and Little Hereford Neighbour Development Plan. That plan is now over 5 years old, and the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. Tilted balance applies, and officers consider that the site is physically and functionally related to Brimfield. The site is visually contained and is considered to be capable of accommodating a modest level of growth. In terms of, I guess, the main issue that has been raised as part of the consultation is that in respect of access and highway safety, members will have noted on the site that the access is constrained, and I think officers accept that that arrangement is not ideal. So that's accepted and reflected in the comments from the local highway authority. However, the access already serves existing dwellings. The most critical section of that access, so the area, the first 10 metres and the access at the junction with Wyson Lane would be widened, as set out within the report. This responds to a stage 1 road safety audit that was undertaken, and as I said, the applicant has responded to the points raised in that. The points were fairly minor, but as I said, they've been responded to as part of the submission, and conditions secure those details. In response to that, the local highway authority does not raise an objection and confirms that the impacts are not considered to be severe. The National Planning Policy Framework is clear that development should only be refused on highways grounds where impacts would be unacceptable or severe, which is not considered to be the case here. In terms of construction impacts, those would be addressed through a construction management plan, and the details of that are set out within Condition 3 of the report. Some other concerns have been raised following consultation in terms of impacts on residential amenity. In this case, separation distances between the proposed dwellings and existing properties are acceptable and considered to be typical of a village environment. There is not anticipated to be any overbearing impact or loss of amenity, and as I said, construction impacts would be temporary and again would be controlled by condition. The proposed dwellings are located within flood zone 1. It's only the access, or a very small part of the access at the junction with Wyson Lane, which is located within flood zone 2. The lead local flood authority is satisfied that safe access is achievable. The absence of a sequential test is acknowledged, but given the limited extent of flood zone 2 and the absence of increased flood risk elsewhere, officers only attribute limited weight to the omission in this regard. Surface water and foul drainage are considered to be appropriately addressed through SUDS and a connection to the main sewer, and again, that is secured by condition. In terms of ecology, the site is considered to be of a limited ecological value, comprising modified grassland. An HRA has been undertaken, and the proposal would not introduce new nutrient pathways to the River Team SSI or River Clan SAC. Ecological matters including nesting birds and BNG again are secured by condition, including 10% off-site BNG and swift boxes. So to conclude, while the proposal gives rise to some acknowledged tensions, particularly in relation to access, the location of the site outside of the settlement boundary, and the absence of a completed sequential test and exception test in terms of flooding, these are not judged as amounting to significant or demonstrable harm when assessed against the framework as a whole. The development would deliver new housing in a sustainable location. It would diversify the local housing stock, so it would provide smaller dwellings, and it would provide some small-scale economic and social benefits and achieve biodiversity enhancements. So accordingly, when applying the tilted balance, officers conclude that the adverse impacts do not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. The recommendation is therefore to grant planning permission subject to the conditions set out within the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now I invite Mr. Harris to speak on behalf of Brimfield and Little Hereford Group Parish Council. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, Councillors. On behalf of Brimfield and Little Hereford Parish Council, I speak to object to this application. We consider that it clearly and repeatedly conflicts with your adopted planning policies. Firstly, policy MT1, highway safety. Wyson Lane is narrow, constrained and already heavily parked. It cannot safely accommodate two-way traffic in places. Visibility is limited, and we have repeatedly highlighted concerns over emergency vehicle access. This proposal increases traffic into a substandard access and provides only 2 parking spaces per dwelling in a location where car ownership will be essential. There is no spare capacity for additional on-street parking, and yet overspill parking is inevitable. Policy MT1 requires developments to demonstrate they will not compromise highway safety or lead to on-street parking pressures. This does not. Secondly, policy RA2, sustainable development in villages. The design and access statement suggests that Brimfield has a range of amenities. This is wholly inaccurate. We have no school, no doctor's surgery, no shop and no regular bus service. The bus routes referenced in the document do not run anywhere near Brimfield. The post office operates only 1 day a week from the village hall. The referenced supermarket is across the border in Shropshire and is a petrol station convenience store. The suggested cycle route to Ludlow is along a busy B road and would not be safe for children or casual cyclists. The reality is that future residents would be entirely dependent on private cars. Policy RA2 supports development only where sustainable transport options and services are available. In Brimfield, there are none. Thirdly, policy SS6, infrastructure and environmental impact. Wyson Lane is already deteriorating. Additional daily vehicle movements, construction traffic will accelerate that damage. The road was not designed for its current use, let alone more. SS6 requires development to respect infrastructure capacity and avoid negative environmental impacts. This does not. Fourth, policy SD3, drainage. Although the site may not sit within a designated flood zone, surface water from it will discharge into a lane which regularly floods. Residents experience this firsthand. Policy SD3 requires development not to increase flood risk elsewhere. This increases flood risk. Fifth, policy SD1, design and residential amenity. This is an overdevelopment of a constrained site. Neighbouring properties will suffer loss of light, privacy and open outlook, and some will be enclosed by new development on multiple sides. SD1 proposals to protect residential amenity and respond appropriately to context. This does not. Finally, there are concerns about potential land contamination. Residents of long standing report that the site was historically used as a rubbish tip. We have not seen a thorough investigation of this, and this raises serious issues under SD1 and SS6. Councillors, this is not a marginal case. This proposal conflicts with MT1, RA2, SS6, SD3 and SD1. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I invite Mr. Norris to speak on in objection to the application. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Hopefully you will have read my letter of objection, which covers 6 points, many of which have been mentioned here, including the additional traffic, given the lack of facilities in the village, the dangers of the junction onto Wyson Lane and at one of its narrowest points, the already poor state of the surface of Wyson Lane and building vehicle access. I would like to spend time though speaking about the major concerns regarding water management, both surface water and waste. It is a matter of record that Brimfield Brook floods and has flooded properties along Wyson Lane, including ours. Additional surface water from this proposed development, with its extended tarmacking and buildings, will only serve to make this problem worse for those whose properties back onto the brook. When the gardens flood, the drains fill up too, leaking sewage. Additionally, there is the problem of the capacity of the wastewater pumping station. Our garden was, a week or so ago, for approximately 2 weeks, full of sewage. This spread to our neighbours on both sides, but fortunately the sewage did not quite reach the brook or enter the property as the house is elevated. We did endure the smell and mess and clearly had issues with sewage leaving our property. The Severn Trent engineers who attended, and we saw a lot of them over the period, said that the issue was that the pumping station, which serves the whole village and has been there for 60 years or so, couldn't cope, resulting in the backing up into our garden being the lowest point. Severn Trent needed to arrange tankers to frequently empty the pumping station. The engineer suggested that more properties being placed onto the existing drain system would cause further issues. New homes may well be needed, but not at the expense or harm of the existing population. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And now I invite Mr. Yarnold, the applicant, to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to begin by thanking officers for their constructive engagement throughout the pre-application and application process, which we've been in since January 25. This proposal, if you've heard, is for 7 predominantly 2-bedroom homes on land directly enclosed on 3 sides by the built-up area of Brimfield. And as the officer report sets out, the neighbourhood plan is now over 5 years old, and the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year land supply. So in that context, the presumption in favour of sustainable development applies. The scheme would deliver smaller homes that reflect local need and the parish council's stated preference for smaller units. If approved, the homes would be delivered as a build-to-rent scheme, increasing the supply of rental accommodation when it's very acutely needed. Each dwelling would have air source heat pumps, solar panels and electric vehicle charging. We've looked very carefully, as you've seen, at highways and had an accredited highways auditor, as well as multiple liaisons with the Highways Authority, who have confirmed that they do not object to our proposals. To just pick up on a couple of the points that have been raised, all surface water from roofs are planned to go to soakways within the site boundary. All the new roadways will be laid with permeable paving, which mimics natural drainage. We've also consulted with Severn Trent, who have confirmed that they do not have any objection to the development. The proposal is recommended for approval by your officers, and I respectfully ask that you support this recommendation in order to deliver a well-designed, modest, sustainable scheme in a location that would contribute towards Herefordshire's housing shortfall, support local services, and provide homes to family and people that very much need them. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could return to the public gallery, please. Thank you. Councillor Stone is the local member for this item. He speaks first and has the right to speak at the meeting. He has 10 minutes time limit. Councillor Stone.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My thanks first to Ollie Jones for his report and to all the members of the committee who attended the site visit yesterday. I've actually had no redirected applications in my ward since October 2023, and now there are 2 on the same day. They certainly all come at once. This application is for the construction of 7 dwellings, as Ollie Jones has pointed out, at land to the rear of Mortimer Court, Wyson. From an early stage, many concerns were raised about the narrow private access road and the difficulty with two-way volume movements. Members will have noted yesterday how narrow the private drive is, and as is stated in the report under 5.3, I quote, 7 dwellings will generate a greater number of trips and increase the likelihood of conflict between opposing vehicles on this constrained section of road. While 4 dwellings would also not fully comply with our design guide, a reduced number of units would lessen the probability of vehicle conflicts and improve overall operation. End of quote. My preference was for a smaller number of dwellings, given the site's access constraints, but this was not to be. 7 dwellings may result in 14 or more cars, plus delivery vans and larger vehicles, maybe spoiling both the tranquil nature of this private road and disturbing the current residents. Brimfield and Little Hereford Group Parish Council have raised no less than 8 reasons why they oppose this application, as their chairman has just explained. These include road safety concerns, insufficient on-site parking, overdevelopment and loss of amenity, conflicting with policy SD1, which requires proposals to safeguard residential amenity. Also, potential land contamination and high flood risk. All these objections are backed up by relevant policies. 12 representations have been received, raising a number of other objections, including increased traffic using the already very busy Wyson Lane, the sewerage system already under strain and not coping, as a local resident pointed out just 5 minutes ago. Sewage in his garden over a period of 2 weeks, and further pointing out that a recent development in Wyson has more or less pushed the situation over the edge, as Severn Trent have privately admitted, though not officially. Their pumping station is old, out of date, needs renewing, and tankers regularly have to pump the sewage out of people's gardens. Overdevelopment of the site, additional surface water, and the impact on the site as a natural habitat. But the overriding concerns, Mr. Chairman, are access to the site, extra traffic, and lack of passing places. There have been some representations, though, in support. The lack of rental properties in Brimfield, just mentioned by the applicants. Similar successful schemes have been carried out in Bromyard and Craven Arms, and there's also the view that this proposal would help to support the local economy. It's important also to point out that the Council is currently unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing supply. As is pointed out in paragraph 7.3, I quote, "The presumption in favour of sustainable development applies, such that planning permission should be granted unless the adverse impacts would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits." Although the site falls within open countryside, lying outside the settlement boundary, identified in the Brimfield Little Hereford Neighbourhood Development Plan, the land directly adjoins the main built-up part of Brimfield. Unfortunately now, less weight is attached to the settlement boundary as the NDP is more than 5 years old. As I mentioned yesterday, the NDP involved a huge amount of work, mainly by volunteers, and was one of the first to be approved in a local referendum. Over 40% of residents voted, and
a site, a field for housing on the Tenbury Road was clearly identified and approved within the settlement boundary. Mr. Chairman, not a single house has been constructed there for a number of reasons. Instead, there have been piecemeal developments, mainly in the Wyson area, like the present one we are debating today. The policies in the NDP and the opinions of our parish council have either been superseded or disregarded time and again. People on the ground understand the village and its issues. We keep using all the buzzwords, sustainability in particular. It means, Mr. Chairman, what people want it to mean. Local democracy and decision-making seems to be too easily brushed aside as housing targets are imposed whether we like them or not. I also pointed out yesterday how limited services are in Brimfield. It's one of our larger villages in the north of the county. The nearest school is 3 miles away. There's no shop. The pub, the Roebuck, closed for 3 years, but we hope it'll reopen soon. There's a post office 1 day a week. There's no doctor's surgery, and there's a bus service which goes once a week to Ludlow. Yes, there are 2 places of worship and a good village hall, but Brimfield is a car-dependent village for work, for leisure. The A49 has its own problems, as we all know, and is risky both for drivers and cyclists at the best of times. Without a car, life in Brimfield can be very restricted, which should be taken into account when supporting or otherwise this planning application. I accept. Of course, more housing is needed in our villages, and many of the policies stated in this report do favour the proposal, although I still maintain that the access proposals are inadequate and a smaller number of houses on the site would be preferable. But, Mr. Chairman, planning is always a balance. There may be some economic benefits, but there will be more traffic. What are the waste collection proposals? As yet unknown. However, I look forward to hearing the views of members, and I'd like to thank Ollie Jones for all the work he has carried out on this application, and I also thank the Chairman and the Head of Planning who agreed to my request to redirect this application to this committee today. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stone. And now I open up debate. None? Councillor Taylor, and then Councillor Simmons.
Going to this site, I have to say, thank you, Chair. Going to this site yesterday, I have to admit that the access is very difficult. I'm very confused how, if we are going to have refuse there, because Herefordshire Council has refused to actually supply the refuse waste there, that private waste is going to be have to be obtained, where the bins are going to be. Apparently we have to put 1.6 metres per bin for space to allocate that. We've got 7 properties there. It's also specifying that actually could be 2 bins there. So I'm very confused actually where we're going to put the refuse there. I'm also very concerned with regards to properties being flooded by sewage. We got pumping stations, they are 1950s, 1960s, 1970s. And there is a progressive problem that we're having with hydraulic overload due to climate change, due to building, due to agriculture and water getting into our systems. I understand Severn Trent actually haven't sort of grabbed hold of this situation and said that they will not they will allow and the planning, but my concern is that if we have properties that are having sewage pumped out of their gardens, how can we allow this as a planning committee or as planners to continue? I'm very, very confused with regards to why Severn Trent actually haven't explained and rejected and put an objection into this application. Thank you.
Come back on that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll just start with the concerns raised in terms of foul water and the connection to the mains. So we consulted with Severn Trent as a statutory consultee. They didn't respond in this particular instance. However, the applicant has supplied correspondence dated the 26th of September 2025, which confirms, and I quote, "I can confirm we would not have any objections to the anticipated additional foul flows for a gravity connection to the receiving 150 mil diameter public foul sewer located in the road Wyson, as this will not have an adverse impact on the network. Therefore, a connection to the public sewer, direct or indirect, is acceptable, subject to a formal Section 106 sewer connection approval." So they have confirmed recently and up to date that they don't have an objection, and that they confirm that there is capacity within the system. Clearly, if they're having issues with their network, then it's their responsibility to deal with that. But from a planning perspective, they are not objecting, and they've not responded to the consultation to object. I guess I'll just touch upon the point of the waste collection as well. So members will note that the council's waste management team have confirmed that the council operated refuse service cannot be provided, and that's due to the private nature and the geometry of that road, and the lack of appropriate storage locations at the end of the road, within the requisite distance of the public highway. However, the absence of a council collection is not in itself considered to be determinative. So there is no development plan policy requirement that sets out refuse must be collected by the local authority. The key considerations are whether or not there's a safe, workable and sustainable waste management solution that can be secured. And in this case, officers are satisfied that this can be achieved through a condition requiring confirmation of private waste collection, a private waste collection contract. The details, a quote has been provided by the applicant from one of those, which shows that there is a reasonable prospect of that being achieved. However, the details of kind of the bin storage locations, the collection arrangements, the drag distances, etc., and any contingency measures should that contract break down or change, that would have to be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. So that is the point where we would consider whether or not those details are acceptable, having regard to highway safety, nuisance, etc., etc. So we have got control over that. Clearly, if we're not satisfied with that, then we will refuse to discharge that particular condition. But we do consider there to be kind of an enforceable and practical way of dealing with that, and we're not satisfied that that would, on its own, form a reason for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Simmons.
Thank you, Chair. I really struggle, again, with applications like this. It's clear to me that this is not an ideal site for development for many of the reasons that Mr Harris from the Parish Council has so eloquently outlined. The difficulty we have is that in a quasi-judicial system, we do not have the supporting evidence from our experts to support a different decision than that's been recommended by the officer for approval. I think we can all see that the waste collection issues are going to be incredibly difficult. It's an unadopted road. The swept path analysis has just been done for the entrance area and not for further into the development. So it's not clear that you could get, smaller vehicles in there and turn safely, particularly with regard to potential parking arrangements further into the development. As we've heard, these are 7 houses on quite a small area. The parking, people will end up parking not just in their allocated bay, but potentially in the gateways to fields. It then becomes, just a bit of uncertainty about how you get, even relatively small refuse vehicles onto the site. Then, you're looking at potentially bins being dragged all the way down the lane. The other thing is I noticed the condition regarding that is a pre-occupation condition, not a pre-commencement or pre-development condition. So, you could potentially have the houses built, then get to a stage where you're submitting a plan for waste that, can't be signed off. And then you've got houses that are already built. What do we do then? I think that's a concern for me about the timing of that condition. I think in the balance, you know, if we are having to, we've got this 5-year housing land supply issue because of the government's stuffing us with a ridiculous number of housing, you know, it really does impact decisions like this. I don't think this would be coming forward if we didn't have this issue of the 5-year housing land supply, you know, and that the NDP is now not afforded material weight because it's over the 5 years, or it's afforded less weight, shall I say, sorry. You know, I would like to see development where we have facilities, but in our county we can see that we can't stick all the development in our city and market towns, that there are other settlements where infill development may be appropriate. I do feel that this is overdevelopment of the site, but equally I recognise that we do need 2 and 3 bedroom properties, and that realistically they're only affordable to be delivered on sites that otherwise, you know, are problematic for bigger houses, or you know, that you need a substantial number of them to make them viable if you're doing 2 and 3 bedroom houses. Yeah, so I don't see the grounds for us to refuse this, but I do think there needs to be some constraints or changes to how the conditions are worded, delivered, and perhaps explored in more detail. I do also want to express my frustration with Severn Trent, who, you know, under the Water Act have to allow these connections, but yet don't seem to upgrade when they receive the money, either Section 106 or from the developer. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a big supporter of terraced housing, especially 2 bedrooms. We need them in the county. We're always talking about it in these committees. Originally it was 2 3 beds and 5 2 beds, and then the update sheet shows 5 2 beds and 2 3 beds, but only whatever it was. But the gentleman who spoke on behalf of the developers, I'm sure he mentioned 7 2 beds. I don't know quite what the actual numbers are.
Primarily, not
primarily.
Yeah,
whatever that means. But anyway, there's going to be some 2 beds. One of the speakers mentioned the danger of traffic in the area. I didn't notice that yesterday. I had to park in a little turning at the side and actually had to reverse out, but there was no conflict, so I didn't really notice that. But it's certainly a busy area with the little tiny lanes and everything else. The big problem, I think, is the sewage problem. Councillor Taylor mentioned it. Severn Trent have got their problems, as have Welsh Water. At Wellington on the A49, one of their pumping stations exploded recently, I think. And the southbound A49 is closed at Wellington. Moreton on Lug had the same problems, these sites blowing up. They have a very cavalier attitude, these people, Severn Trent and Welsh Water, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can insist that they do something, upgrade them, and they just stick 2 fingers up, don't they? They don't care, which is a shame. No refuse collection. I find that really strange. Does that mean they get a reduction in their council tax? No, probably not, no. But that's very odd, but there you go. We had a look at the little lane leading up to this site, and it's certainly big enough for a refuse vehicle to go down there. Where they would turn round, I don't really know, probably in the middle of the site or up the far end, but that would have to be surfaced, otherwise they'd just disappear in the mud. Fire engines, of course, was no mention of them, but they would certainly get up that side lane. It's very difficult, this one. I can't think of any real reasons to object to it, especially with the 5-year housing land supply, etc., etc. So I'm going to just sit on my hands for a moment and see what happens with the rest of you.
Ms. Gibbons.
Just a quick one. I think just to confirm that it's a fair point in terms of the timing of the conditions. So we're quite content that that could be moved to a pre-commencement condition quite reasonably. And within that management plan, we can obviously make sure that there's areas set aside for turning of the vehicles. There's 2 parking bays which offer a sort of a turning circle there. So I think we're quite content that that can be a pre-commencement condition if you are minded to recommend, subject to the applicant's agreement, because it is a pre-commencement condition, but we're quite happy to make that approach.
Councillor Andrews. Then Councillor Woodall.
Well, I suppose the good news about this application is it is providing smaller dwellings for rent, which are needed. But in Brimfield, as has already been said, you've got to have a car to get anywhere, to do your shopping or to go anywhere. So even if they're rented properties, people will still have to afford at least one car, if not two per household, which is the normal run of housing these days. I'm fascinated by the private waste collection, and I'm assuming that the residents will have to pay for this themselves if it can be organised. But Wyson Lane, I mean, I have driven it fairly often recently, and it is usually quite busy. In fact, we found coming back yesterday that we had to move into passing bays to allow vehicles to get past us. But that's not unusual in rural Herefordshire. But I cannot really see any good planning reason to refuse this application. So there we are.
Councillor Woodall.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the appeal, as you were just saying, Councillor, that the fact that these are rented properties is mentioned quite a lot, or to be rented, is mentioned quite often in the application. However, am I right in thinking that we cannot actually put a condition on there to prevent these houses going on the open market? So they may begin with the intention to rent, but that after a few years they could be sold privately, and that's the end of the rent. Because as we know, the Renters Act is coming into effect on 1st of May, I believe, and the rumour mills have it that landlords are abandoning it left, right and centre. You know, and the rental properties will actually rise in price because of a lack of availability, which is kind of crazy, because if I was a landlord, I'd probably hold on to my property if I could raise the price, but there you go. So my issue is, can these properties be assured as being available to rent, I don't know, for 10 years? Can you put some sort of condition like that on it? Thank you.
Ms Gibbons. Or so, Mr Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to clarify that point, whilst the developer or the applicant's model is build to rent, the description of development isn't for rental property. So we will not be looking to secure these as market rent properties or build to rent properties. So that means that they could be disposed on the open market for sale. So we will not be looking at any mechanism to secure that, either by way of condition or a legal agreement, and you will note that from the report. So I wouldn't be advising members to give any weight to the benefit of it them being build to rent properties, but you can give weight to the fact that they're smaller properties that would diversify the local housing mix.
Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Chair. Another one of those quandaries over the size of the development. 3 3-bed properties, or 3 3-bed terrace and a 4 2-bed terrace are really needed for these kind of areas, and it's really good to see that we got this proposition coming to us for the development. There are concerns obviously over the access. That pathway is really narrow going up to the development site, and the condition of having turning areas would be really beneficial, so at least cars could be facing the right direction when they're going out, not trying to reverse down a narrow lane, hitting fences or whatever. Obviously the other concerns over waste collection, that does worry me, and the issue of drainage as well. But one of the other concerns, going back to my first point about the size of the properties, it's going to create traffic on that little lane. But would it be better to have traffic on that little lane from 2 big properties or 7 small properties? If that planning permission had a precedent set to it, and we grant that planning permission, could it then get changed into 2 large properties that would then only have a couple of cars? but not be suitable for the younger generation and those that wanted a two-bedroom or three-bedroom starter homes. So there's a separate sort of issue. But I think with the plans and the officer's recommendations, I think we should support this application. And therefore, I propose that it be accepted.
Is that seconded? So we can get that's seconded. Councillor Hamblin. Councillor Simmons and then Councillor Engel.
I just wanted to raise something, but I don't think it's going to alter anyone's opinion on the matter. Obviously, with these potentially becoming owner-occupier at some point in the future, if it wasn't held to market rent or social rent or anything like that, you potentially got very small houses that will be looking and being asked to maintain the fabric of the lane that's shared access. You know, I do worry about people's ability in those small houses to be able to afford to pay for both private waste services and maintenance and, you know, upkeep of quite a substantial length of highway drive. Well, it's not highways because we're not adopting it, but private. So, you know, I think ultimately this could become a problem area that the poor ward member will be dealing with going forward. But thank you.
Stone, I just worry in 30 years' time you'll have that problem on your... Right. Councillor Engel.
I can sympathise with the neighbours and can see the difficulties. However, I've been on this committee a year now, and this is the first time I've ever spotted a two-bedroom house. And frankly, if this is turned down, I will invite the developer to come down to the other end of the county and put some up for us. Thank you.
Right. Are there any other speakers? Sorry, Ms. Gibbons.
Sorry, just to clarify, if the proposals are happy with the revised condition for pre-commencement as opposed to...
If there are no other points that anyone wishes to make, I'll go back to the local member to sum up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all very much for your comments. It's been an interesting debate. As I said earlier, planning is usually a question of balance. Do the benefits outweigh the disadvantages? The core strategy policies usually point us in the right direction. But in this case, I think the position is rather more muddy, as is quite a lot of our parishes at the moment after this weather. I am very concerned about the waste collection situation, which has been brought up during the debate. Not just the cost of it for residents, if it's a private collection, for the new residents, if the application is approved, but also if we're going to get more bins, which I think we probably are, I'm not exactly sure where they're going to be kept, where they're going to be collected from, and I can visualise a situation of residents bringing their bins down for collection at the bottom of the drive, only for rubbish to be spilled all over the place, and for the existing residents who are there at the moment to feel very aggrieved indeed. So I'm rather concerned as a local member that I'm going to suddenly be in the middle of an argument about waste collection, which I could well do without. And I do hope that maybe I can have another word with the planning officer before this goes through, if you vote for it, so that we can just try and sort this out, because it does seem very confusing at the moment. We do need more dwellings, I agree with that, especially rented ones, but in the right place. And many residents and the parish council do not accept that this land behind Mortimer Court is the right place. Just to remind members of the main objections, road safety, the two-way traffic cannot be accommodated when reaching the site. Policy MT1 requires safe access for all users. Insufficient on-site parking provision, and Wyson Lane cannot cope with additional parking. If people can't park up on the site, the only other place to park is in Wyson Lane, and there is no parking there. And as I said, where will the bins go? Then there's the existing sewerage system, already overloaded and not coping, and Severn Trent just ignoring everything. even though their tankers are having to remove the sewage and go to people's gardens, and the pumping station is hardly in a good state. Surface water flooding also probably increased due to all the new hard surfacing that's going, and flooding is an issue in Wyson Lane, as has already been pointed out. And then local amenities. They're far less extensive than the report claims. Residents require a car for work, shopping or leisure. And of course, the delivery vans are everywhere, adding to the traffic problems in Wyson. Finally, this site was not approved in the Brimfield and Little Hereford Neighbourhood Development Plan. A much better site was supported within the settlement boundary, which would have accommodated well over 20 properties and would have helped to solve some of these housing shortage problems. I therefore submit that, in my view at least, the adverse impacts outweigh the benefits in this particular case, but I acknowledge it may be a close run thing. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, it's now over to you and to the committee. Thank you all very much indeed.
We've got a proposal. Now, can I ask all those in favour, please indicate. Those against? Abstentions? 2. That is carried. Can I now move on to the next item? Oh, I guess just a public speaker. We've got 1 minute. Smarties. move on to, yep. The fourth application. Can Mr. Request Mr. Harris? Sorry.
Microphone. Yeah.
Okay. Welcome, and I'll call you to speak after the officer has made their presentation. Right. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon again, members. So this is application 252059, and it relates to the Teamside Inn at Little Hereford. The proposal seeks planning permission for the change of use of the public house to a single dwelling, together with external works, including a entrance porch, partial demolition of some later additions, and other associated development within the curtilage of the building. Members will be aware from the site visit and from some of the representations received that this is a locally sensitive application, hence its referral to the planning committee due to the proposed loss of the public house. So, first slide, this shows the location of the site, again marked by the red star. The Teamside Inn is located on the western edge of Little Hereford and is adjacent to the A456, which runs between the A49 junction at Solway Arms and Tenbury. It's just immediately to the north of the River Team, which is designated as a site of special scientific interest and again is hydrologically linked to the River Clun SAC. So the site forms part of a small cluster of development rather than an isolated countryside location, and there are residential properties nearby and open riverside land to the south. Next slide, please. So the slide shows the proposed site plan. The proposal involves no demonstrable expansion. It retains the existing vehicular accesses, but reduces the extent of the commercial car park, hard standing, and returns it to a domestic garden space. So no new access points are proposed, and the site remains physically unchanged, essentially, in terms of its footprint. Next slide, please. So yeah, just the proposed plans and elevations. Again, the works are fairly limited and restrained in their nature. So there's some removal of some later kind of incongruous additions which are located to the northern elevation, so to the rear. And there is a proposed porch to the front elevation, sort of addressing the main car park where we stood yesterday. So essentially the intention is to kind of simplify and rationalise the building rather than intensify its use or visual presence on the site. Next slide, please. So this shows the site when viewed from the A456. So that's the northern access, kind of the service area to the rear of the public house. So this access already exists and again is lawful. It would be retained, slightly reconfigured, but again obviously not intensified given the proposed nature of the application, which seeks the change of use. So from a highway perspective, I can advise that the proposed use as a single dwelling would clearly generate significantly fewer vehicle movements than the lawful use as a public house. Next slide, please. And then this shows the A456 and that sweeping bend as you approach from the west. So you can see the customer car park there to the right hand side, so just to the east of the main road. So the area, as I said, would be reduced in size with hard standing removed and replaced by an area of landscaping essentially to serve as a garden. Next slide, please. So this just shows the rear of the building slightly clearer, and you can see those later additions and this kind of unkempt appearance of those at the moment. So some of those would be removed and rationalised, and invariably would provide a visual enhancement to the rear element of the building. Next slide, please. So just on to the main issues. The principle of development and loss of the public house is clearly the central issue for consideration as part of this application, and that's set out in the report. I think it's important to note that from consultation it is accepted that the team side in is valued by some local residents, and there have been objections from both the Parish Council, CAMRA and local residents, as I say. The concerns aren't dismissed. However, members are required to determine the application in accordance with the development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So I will spend some time just to kind of emphasise that and highlight the points that I think are relevant that are set out within the report. So the relevant policies are policy SC1 and neighbourhood plan policy BLH6. And it's important to note that both of these policies are framed on an either-or basis in terms of what is required to be satisfied. So they allow for the loss of a community facility where either the facility is no longer required, viable, or fit for purpose, or appropriate alternative provision exists within the locality or the community, depending on the policy. So in this particular instance, it's important to note that officers are not saying that the pub has no value, the pub could never trade again, it's not viable. So we're not saying that those viability arguments that have been made are determinative. The report concludes that it has not been convincingly demonstrated that the pub is no longer required, viable, or fit for purpose. There has been some evidence that's been submitted which supports that argument, but we aren't fully satisfied with that evidence. So I will just touch upon some of that. A viability report was submitted, so that sought to demonstrate that the continued operation of public house was not viable. It cited repeated flooding events, the inability to obtain insurance, significant capital investment, history of previous business failures, tenant turnover, etc., etc. So officers have reviewed that, and we consider that, we accept that as a material consideration. However, the conclusions were based on assumed refurbishment costs that were not supported by kind of independent costings. So the report was only afforded moderate weight. It was not considered to be sufficiently robust on its own to demonstrate that the pub is no longer viable in all circumstances. Similarly, there was details of previous marketing evidence. The pub was marketed between 2015 and 2021 at an asking price of $495,000. It generated inquiries, but there were no completed sales. So again, the officer's view of that is that we acknowledge that marketing was undertaken. However, that is now several years old. It did overlap with the coronavirus pandemic and significant flooding events that took place at the start of the decade. The asking price again was substantially higher than the later Hall's valuation. So again, officers concluded that this reduced the weight that could be placed on this particular submission. There were other pieces of evidence that were submitted in terms of insurance correspondence, the difficulties in terms of obtaining flood public liability insurance. Again, officers acknowledge that and don't dispute the difficulties associated with that. But it wasn't sufficiently demonstrated that there weren't other providers, for example. Other forms of evidence in terms of details of flooding events were also submitted as well. So the positive recommendation for this application relies instead on the second limb of the policy, not on the issues in terms of viability or whether the public house is no longer fit for purpose. So we're looking at whether appropriate alternative provision exists within the locality or the community. Now, in applying that test, the locality or the community, those are the words that are used within the policy, are interpreted consistently with the neighbour plan area. That's the lowest tier of development plan policy that exists in this case. So it forms part of the development plan, and it covers both Brimfield and Little Hereford, the parish areas together. That forms the neighbourhood area. Within that area, there is the Roebuck Inn. I think if we just turn to the next slide, we've got the details as to where those are situated. So the Roebuck Inn, that is an existing public house with an extant lawful use. So whilst it is currently closed, it is considered that there is a reasonable prospect that that would reopen to serve the community. It's acknowledged that that's not within walking distance or within easy reach by foot. Similarly, the Solway Arms, despite lying just outside of the neighboured area and within Shropshire, it does lie contiguous to Brimfield and Wyson, and again is considered to serve the same functional catchment and locality and community. And indeed, some of the representations, some of those residents resided in different settlements rather than just within Little Hereford itself, supporting the fact that looking at the community that is affected is not just Little Hereford, it is the community, and that includes Brimfield and Little Hereford. And that reflects the rural context where car-based access is common and clearly unavoidable as well. So notwithstanding that, officers do acknowledge that no alternative facility would truly replicate the team site in every way, but the policy test needs to be applied appropriately and we're having regard to the context of the area. So on balance, and having regard to the catchment, the rural character and nature of the area, and the wording of those particular policies, it's considered that the alternative provision limb of those policies is met and that therefore no policy conflict is identified. And then if you just go on the next slide, we'll just bring up the other main issues. There's no concerns from an access and highway safety perspective. Clearly, the reuse of that building as a dwelling would result in significantly fewer vehicle trips. We highlighted the issues in the proximity of the site to the River Team yesterday and its location within an area at risk of flooding. Again, this application is a change of use with no increase in flood risk vulnerability when having regard to the National Planning Policy Framework and the associated guidance. The EA raises no objection, confirming that the building can be made safe for its lifetime through resilience measures, and those are secured by condition 4 set out within the report. In terms of ecology, an HRA has been undertaken and Natural England raises no objection, subject again to mitigation being secured by conditions 3 and 5, so it's a construction environment management plan and lighting controls. And that's to protect both the River Team, SSI, and the associated River Clan SAC. So to conclude, there is considered to be no demonstrable planning harm identified that would warrant refusal. The loss of the public house is considered to be acceptable in this instance when having regard to the availability of an alternative provision within the locality and the community, and therefore there's, as I said, no identified conflict with the relevant development plan policies. So officers recommend that planning permission be granted subject to the conditions as set out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now I'll invite Mr. Harris to speak on behalf of Brimfield Parish Council. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Chairman, Councillors. On behalf of Brimfield and Little Hereford Parish Council, I speak to object to this application respectfully and for very clear reasons. This is not simply about a building. It's about safety and policy, and it's about the very social fabric of our village. Firstly, severe and ongoing flood risk. As many of you will have seen this week, the Team side obviously sits adjacent to the River Team and it floods. Not hypothetically or occasionally, it floods. Policy SD3 of the Herefordshire Core Strategy requires development to avoid areas at risk of flooding and ensure safe access and egress. This is fundamental. Yet safe dry access has not been demonstrated. The site frequently floods to the 1 in 100 year flood level. We've seen it, residents have experienced it, and the emergency services recognise it. The calculated levels presented in the application simply do not reflect the lived reality of this location. Paper assurances do not stop floodwater. There is no credible mitigation here, no convincing strategy that protects future occupants, and no assurances for emergency responders who may be asked to enter an unsafe site. Secondly, the loss of a valued community facility. This application also fails to comply with policy SC1, which is clear. The loss of a community facility will not be permitted unless it is proven to be no longer viable and all options for community continued community use have been exhausted. Neither has been demonstrated. The volume of objections on your planning portal shows how deeply valued the Teamside is. It's been the centre of our village life, hosting clubs, celebrations, meetings and gatherings, the everyday interactions that bind a rural community together. It served not only residents but also the nearby holiday parks, supporting local businesses and tourism. It was a hub of connectivity in a widely dispersed parish. One previous tenant has even offered to share their accounts to demonstrate that the business was viable. There appears to be no clear evidence of meaningful marketing as a pub since 2021, when it held an asking price just short of £500,000. When considered for asset of community value status, the assessment acknowledged that in the recent past the building furthered the social well-being and interest of the local community. The Teamside has never been shown to be non-viable. I urge you not to permit the loss of something that still has life in it. Finally, harm to the social fabric of the village. Policies RA6 and SS1 support sustainable rural economies and sustainable development. Removing the village pub is not sustainable development. Rural communities like ours have lost services, transport links and amenities over time, and every loss chips away at resilience. The loss of the Teamside would permanently weaken social cohesion. Once it's gone, it's gone. Chairman, this decision is more than about bricks and mortar. It's about flood safety, it's about compliance with your own adopted policies, and it's about whether rural communities are allowed to retain the facilities that keep them alive. For these reasons, Brimfield and Little Hereford Parish Council respectfully urge you to refuse the application.
Thank you. And now I'll move on to Mr. Comley and Mr. Hawksay, who will speak jointly. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. You will know from your visit to Little Hereford how prominent the Teamside Inn is in terms of it defines what is that village and near to the bridge and its proximity there. And its loss would have a profound harmful effect on a dispersed rural community. And I am a local resident, but I also work for Plunkett UK, which is the largest UK charity supporting community-owned businesses. And we indeed helped both the Boot at Alton and the Bell at Yarpole to be taken to community ownership. And we are simply asking that the community of Little Hereford be afforded the same opportunity to be able to consider doing something like that at a fair and reasonable price. And certainly with the new community right to buy legislation gives us hope that that may well happen. If it's going to flood as a private house, in the same way as it floods as a pub, it certainly can be made more resilient, as we've already heard. The idea that the proximity of other places defines what is a rural village essentially means that people in Little Hereford can only go and socialise in pubs outside of their own community. And certainly Plunkett UK would want to see the retention of pubs in local villages, and therefore we would very much vehemently oppose this and would hope that you would too. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry. Am I right to speak? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Mark Haslam. I'm with Herefordshire Camera. I'm also a licensee, and we purchased our local pub, and I manage that and run it from time to time. Thank you to the chair and the committee members for affording me the opportunity to speak. I appreciate some of the comments the planning officer makes, and in acknowledging the issues about flooding, because there are other pubs in the county, the Bridge at Michael Church, Escaley, the Saracen's Head in Hereford, Saracen's Head at Simmons Yat, 2 pubs in US Howard have all been flooded recently. 2 of them have even changed hands after flooding. So flooding, as traumatic as it is not necessarily an issue to stop people running a pub. Regarding the marketing of it, it hasn't been marketed since April 2021 when it was on at 495. Just to give you a flavour, the Roebuck at Brimfield has recently been sold for £200,000. I don't know if the members had the opportunity to go past the pub, but it's a fairly substantial building. And of course, it's not been marketed for 5 years, including COVID. A lot has happened in that time. Where I do take issue with the planning officer is saying, is providing the alternative amenities. they're not just not alternative because of their distance, they require you to get into a car, which is inviting the spectre of drinking, driving, but it's also not good for those people who don't have regular access to a car, particularly the elderly and the young. And both of those pubs, the Solway Arms, can hardly be considered a community pub that is culturally and economically different. And Brimfield, if and when it does reopen, will not have a kitchen, also will not provide food. They are different pubs. They're not just in different communities and different hubs. They are fundamentally different. If you were to agree this today, I'm looking around and we've got the Lamin at Stoke Prior, the King's Head at Docklow, the Riverside Inn in Ross-on-Wye.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop you. The 3 minutes is up.
Right, okay. All right, thank you.
I'll keep doing the button here. The local member for this item is Councillor Stone. Oh, sorry, I forgot Mr. Leonard, sorry. Mr. Leonard, who's the applicant, he invites you to speak. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to yourself and members. I am John Leonard. I'm the applicant and the owner of the Teamside Inn, Little Hereford. I purchased the derelict property from a bankruptcy repossession in 1994. It has been closed for almost 2 years, and I upgraded it to a good standard and ran it for several years as the licensee. Unfortunately, I became ill and had to let it out to 5 tenancies, 5 altogether. However, 3 of these tenancies went bankrupt, and this meant I had to jump back in and into the property and try to regain repair the property and regain the trade. In 2007, we had a severe flood, and this happened again in 2020. It's also happened twice since. Now it has become impossible to obtain flood cover insurance, and this has in turn affected the public liability cover. Public liability is a mandatory requirement for the entertainment's licence, which it forms part of the Teamside licensing. I have tried to obtain financial viability by applying for letting accommodation. This was refused due to the flooding issues. But it can, within close proximity, there is 4 fully licensed outlets: the Solway Arms, the Roebuck, the Parish Hall Sports Club, all within a short distance from the Teamside, sufficient to mitigate the loss of Teamside as a pub. This, as you can see, is backed up by your officer report today. I have tried to sell the property from not 2015, from 2013 I tried to sell it to 2020, which I have only had 1 offer, which I accepted. However, this was withdrawn directly after the flood in 2020. I cannot sell something that is not financially viable due to the frequency of flooding, but it could be a substantial house. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I move on to the local member, which is Councillor Stone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you once again, Ollie Jones, for your report. And my thanks to all members who attended the site visit at the Teamside Inn yesterday morning, basking in late winter sunshine. As the report states, the Teamside Inn has been closed since the last major flooding event in February 2020. However, during the COVID pandemic lockdown in March 2020, the occupants continued to provide take-out meals, which were much appreciated in the local community. Since then, the Teamside has been closed and in increasing disrepair. By voting for change of use, this committee would unfortunately be adding to the long list of public houses which have been closed in past years. up to 520 in England over the past 18 months. So a loss to the village of Little Hereford and to the wider community. Or can there be a happier end to this sad story? Can the Teamside Inn be saved? Brimfield and Little Hereford Group Parish Council have strongly objected to this change of use application, and their chairman has explained their objections this afternoon. 22 representations have also been received, raising objections to the proposal. There are a number of policies in the Council's core strategy which also help determine this application. Policy SC1, Social and Community Facilities, states that proposals involving the loss of community facilities will not be permitted unless it can be shown that the facility is no longer viable and all options for continued community use have been fully explored and exhausted. As the Parish Council stated, no such evidence has been presented. Policies RA6, Rural Economy, and SS1, Presumption in Favour of Sustainable Development. The potential loss of the Teamside as a public house would, as the Parish Council states, represent a significant loss to the village's social infrastructure, and this potential loss conflicts with the policies I've just mentioned. Then there's policy SD3, Water Management. Development is required to avoid areas at risk of flooding. Well, the site has flooded significantly, as we've been told, on several occasions in the last 20 years. Without credible mitigation, the site is just as likely to flood as a private house or as a pub. The Environment Agency states in the report, there are no flood defences in the area that benefit the development site. Quote, Cameron makes the point that numerous pubs have recently been inundated by floodwater, but many of these have promptly reopened and are successfully trading again, such as the Temple Bar in Lewis Harold. The member for Lewis Harold is here this afternoon, and the Bridge Inn at Michael Church, Escley. The Saracen's Head, as has been mentioned at Simmons Yacht, is yet another example. Pubs can operate as a viable business despite an ever-present threat of flooding. Indeed, the Teamside Inn reopened after the July 2007 flood and traded very successfully, as their previous leaseholders have shown. A pub like the Teamside provides employment in a rural area where jobs for young people are few and far between. Situated just by the A456, it's been a magnet for visitors, quite apart from local community use. You would drive past on a Sunday afternoon and there would be lots of people sitting outside at tables, as well as people using the restaurant there. Tourism, after all, is Herefordshire's leading industry, and pubs like the Teamside contributed significantly to the local economy. I'm also not aware of any efforts to market the premises. The last effort appears to be in 2021, but remember, this was the height of the COVID emergency when the economy was on its knees. And members will recall the recent Penkham case, the Wheelwright Arms. There was a similar debate here a few months ago where that wasn't sold either. And no attempt was shown that it was being sold, or attempted to be sold. Many pubs have been closed for longer periods than the Teamside, and yet have reopened. A number have been mentioned, the Lamb at Stoke Prior, the King's Head at Docklow, both in the Leominster area. Under new ownership, they are now thriving and serving their communities. Declining change of use gives pubs a chance to reopen and gives them a new lease of life. The report states that the presence of the Roebuck Inn in Brimfield and the Salway Arms, just in Shropshire, provide on balance some mitigation against the possible loss of the Teamside as a public house, as do the two local parish halls and the Brimfield and Little Hereford Sports Club. But, as I remarked yesterday morning, walking along the A456 to the Salway Arms is not to be recommended, and the Roebuck, still closed, is a half-hour slog on muddy lanes with no footways. Car use is almost essential in both cases. The parish halls are popular and well used, but they do not provide the same provision as a pub on a regular lunchtime or nightly basis. The Teamside Inn has over the years hosted Christmas meals, charity events, quizzes, the local choir, shoot dinners, and many other community events, and welcomed visitors from the nearby caravan park just across the river. People walked there in the evening for a drink or a meal and a friendly reception. It is a social hub supporting village life. In a dispersed rural area like Little Hereford, a pub like the Teamside addresses isolation and loneliness. It is somewhere to meet friends and neighbours under no pressure. It lights up those dark winter evenings, Mr. Chairman. So I have left this most important point to last. It lights up those dark winter evenings. But please reflect on it during your debate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And now I invite debate. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been a regular visitor to Bleathwood, which is just up the road from the Teamside, since my arrival in this beautiful county some 15 years ago, and passed by the Teamside Inn on my route, and been dismayed over the last few years to see its obvious decline, which is extremely sad. I had a passionate email yesterday from CAMRA. I'm sure we all had the same one, and they seem to think, I suppose, that if we refuse this, suddenly magically it will reopen as a pub. No such thing. And I'm a big fan of CAMRA and being an enthusiastic consumer of real ale and a regular patron of my local establishments. I'd like to see this place reopen, but it's not likely to happen. And we've heard from the current owner how difficult it is, or impossible, to arrange for insurance and various other things. But of course, what our popular Chancellor of the Exchequer has recently done is to increase the employees' national insurance. Business rates are threatening to go up by 70-odd% this year. With whether that's going to happen, that's just for pubs. And alcohol duty's gone up as well, so there are less people drinking in pubs, but there we are. It would appear that now that the owner has started work to reduce the flood, the possibility of flooding, suddenly people are popping up saying, oh, they should reopen the pub instead. These people have had 6 years to get together to maybe buy it and reopen it as a pub. We've heard that parish councils have been doing it all over the place. In fact, the King's Head and the Lamb and the Wheelwrights are all on my ward, which is interesting. But there we are. I can't go to all of them. But as far as I can see, by actually rebuilding this place, which is probably what it requires, to put in some decent flood prevention schemes and make a nice house out of it, at least the building will survive. And so with that in mind, I recommend that we approve the application with the attended conditions as per the report. Thank you.
Councillor Thomas.
I find myself...
Is that seconded?
Sorry.
Was it a proposition? Yeah. Is that seconded? Right.
Okay, I find myself somewhat disagreeing with my neighbour here. I'll go back to what I said when we talked about the wheelwrights. Close to councillor over there, Simmons, and myself, there are 6 pubs, all within about 2 miles of each other, surviving very well, and we support most of them. Well, I do anyway. I know she does. With this sort of, I'm looking around the site yesterday, and when I go to sites, I look at it from my previous profession as a builder, and there's no doubt that this house has been, or pub, sorry, has been refurbished somewhat, most of the refurbishment is more like a house than a pub. So wonders why this risk was taken when they've not applied, come in and applied. I thought that the Herefordshire had this policy. Basically, we did not allow license to be taken up pubs. You're saying this is not viable. I think it probably could be quite viable. It's got a very large, quite a large ground area, and a very nice room or at the end, which could be used for many events. And I just think we've got to stop thinking. We cannot be inconsistent. We refused the planning on the wheelwrights to be made into a private house. If we do this, we could be, this starts a landslide of a lot of pubs that are being probably deliberately run down or accidentally run down, whichever your opinion might be. But so I think that we should refuse this application. Thank you.
Can I say about pubs? I know a little bit about pubs. I've got 12 in my licensed premises in my ward. It relies not so much on the building, on the actually proprietor. Pubs, you can have a terrible pub, but if you've got the right person running it, it's enormously successful. But anyway, that's another issue. Councillor Simmons, and then Councillor Engel.
Thank you. I'm entirely sympathetic with the applicant's situation in terms of repeated flooding and inability to get insurances and liability cover, etc. However, I think it comes back to, and I disagree with Councillor Thomas in whether this sets a precedent or not. These are all taken on individual basis, in individual circumstances. I was very much supporting the officer recommendation last time with the wheelhouse. I can't remember the next wheelwrights. Thank you, because I could see that they had not demonstrated the viability was not. It wasn't viable. This time round, I am concerned that the officer's report, on one limb, we haven't had the sufficient data we need to support that it is no longer viable. So we're not relying on that. We're purely relying on about whether there are similar facilities in the area. I don't feel that there are similar facilities in the area that are accessible as has been described. However, I am also very conscious that repeated flooding of the building, whether it be a pub or if this were approved in terms of change of use, the repeated flooding is more difficult for businesses to bounce back from because of the delay and time taken to get back, the interruption in trade. Some of the examples that have been described of where, successful pubs that managed to reopen and keep trading, like the Saracen's Head or the recently restored and renovated from complete dilapidation, the Riverside in Ross, which I know well and frequent. Those have been possible because of the amount of trade done, particularly from tourism. I'm not sure that the passing trade or local trade here is sufficient to enable it to deal with repeated flooding and get back off, get back up and get trading. But we haven't got the evidence to support that at the moment, I don't feel. So I'm a bit stuck. If there's anybody else, I'll see what they have to say.
Well, I speak as councillor for Flood, what's now seemed to become Flood Central. But let me just say that this council has had a very good reputation in recognising the importance of preserving rural pubs. Some of you will remember the case of the Red Lion at Kilpeck, which was barricaded for some years by a landlord who wanted to get out of it by turning it into a house. It is now one of the best pub restaurants in the county. We talked about provision for local meeting places in the city. Well, for many villages, the pub is the meeting place. And the previous landlady from just before COVID of the team side said that's just what it was. It's big enough to host anything. And it's a very, very big step for a pub to just stay empty for a while. We had one that reopened brilliantly after 7 years and a 1,300 strong petition. But to take away the licence is a huge step, because they don't come back from that. And that will be the end of Little Hereford and as a community, and it will be a nothing place, because it will have that. This pub has not been marketed for 5 years. About 4 prime ministers have elapsed. All kinds of Donald Trump has come back. There's all we had COVID. That cannot be taken as relevant. It really can't. And the fact that it didn't sell for 495,000 really cannot be used as a gauge as a gauge for that. In my ward, just let me say, we have 8 pubs in my ward. 6 of them were flooded, some badly. They all opened by the following morning. And same stories are told about Tenbury Wells, which has bigger problems even than Lewis Harold. None of them feel the need to close. Close, yes, but let's actually have a. Before we do that, for heaven's sake, let us see what happens to market it properly, and see and perhaps using the other gentleman's know-how to see what can be done. We know that country pubs are worth less.
I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you in full flow.
One second. Give me 1 second. But we know that the country pubs are worth more than that than they are as houses. But there are no unviable pubs. Only, I'm afraid, unviable landlords.
Yeah, Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not sure whether I should declare an interest or not. I can remember some years ago, after a site visit in the area, going there and having a sandwich. And a very delicious sandwich it was too, and very generous. Do you remember it? Yes. Yes. But I'm slightly entertained by the idea that apparently if it's been rebuilt as a house, the floodwater will not go near it. Does the floodwater differentiate between a pub and a house? I don't know. I agree with it's very sad to see the loss of a pub, but we do have to recognise economic circumstances. One comment I would make, though, getting out of the car park onto the main road, with that particularly busy main road, is not easy.
Councillor Woodall.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we went on site, and it was the first thing I noticed was the mud in the car park, and the sandbags all the way up to the sort of like veranda area around the property, and I know repeatedly we're asked to discount flooding as a material issue in our considerations. However, everything in this county is subject to the growing and unavoidable pressures of flooding. In addition to that, none of us around this table are owners or run a pub, I don't think, unless I'm wrong. And I think we should listen to those who have that experience, and we have them here. Every pub is different. The owner has tried to market the place. Last time an offer was made, it was withdrawn because of flooding, which we're not supposed to consider as an issue. Since then, they tried to market it but couldn't because there were 3 more flooding issues about an issue that we're not supposed to consider. Also, how are you going to run a pub if you can't get insurance and public liability? It can't be done. It doesn't matter who buys it, who tries to take it over. That has been scarred. That site is known. It's not going to be sort of erased because a new owner comes along and says, all right, clear the deck, no flooding problems here. And it's not going to happen. So, I mean, we've had an argument that, other pubs can survive after flooding. And sure enough, but how many times? How many times can they survive after flooding? 1, 2, 3, 4 times? We've heard how many times from the applicant here that this place has been flooded. Could you afford to keep reviving that as the landlord, as the owner? Could you keep on forking out, I don't know, 20,000, 40,000, 100,000 pounds each time that happens? You would be ruined. And I get the feeling that these people have had enough. And they have done as much as they can. They had 5 tenants. They have tried to do it. Some of those tenants have been good, some haven't. Some have gone bankrupt. That's life. We know that. So, they're going to carry on suffering from this. Whoever buys this place, whether it's private accommodation or whether it's a pub, they're going to suffer because of the proximity to the Tame. And because of climate, and we know because of climate change, this is going to happen more and more. The one thing I can say, though, is if it is allowed to become a private house, they can probably do more to protect it than a public venue could, because a public venue needs car park, it needs access, it needs multiple doors, it needs an outside, it needs a veranda. As a private place, they could probably do a lot more with a retaining wall or something else in order to protect it. And so I would actually say I would be in agreement with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Jennard.
Just really quickly, do we have evidence that they aren't able to get public liability?
Yeah, thank you, guys. I was going to come in on that because
thank you.
In terms of the officer report that you have before you, the weight that we have attributed to that limb is reduced. We're not saying that we discredit that evidence in terms of the difficulties, in terms of viability, marketing, insurance, public liability. What we're saying is that perhaps we would like to have seen a little bit more evidence for us to be satisfied that that limb is fully met. So we are not saying that all of that evidence is of nil value and discredited within the planning balance. We are just saying that that limb isn't fully met. We're saying that the other limb, in our view, is. You may come to a different view on which limb is met, but that's the view of officers. But there is that evidence on the planning file, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of you know that I do have experience of flooding and what it actually entails when you have 6, 10, 12 inches in your house. To have a business and try to come back from that over several floodings, I can imagine is demoralising, is impossible, especially without insurance. My insurance in 2020 took 3 years to clear my insurance due to the circumstances. So I can fully understand when they say that they cannot get public liability, and coming back as a business without insurance for flooding in a flood zone would be absolutely impossible.
Speakers at the moment. Have we got a resolution? Oh, we have a proposition on the table. Councillor Engel, sorry.
Can I just say that, because I think we're mixing up two things. I certainly, I certainly understand that it's very difficult to have a pub in that circumstances, even though I know many people who are actually doing it. But I think there is this huge difference between delicensing a pub, which is a forever thing, than when it hasn't been marketed for 5 years, is a huge step, and one which will punish the rest of the village forever. It really is the end. if you do that, that will be the end of the pubs in the pub in this area.
Yep.
Can,
Ms Gibbons.
I think I just need to correct that. This isn't a licence committee. We're talking about planning application.
Yeah.
To be on, you know.
I know. If you get permission to turn it into a house, then that is what I mean.
So if planning permission is granted for the change of use, then that gives them the option to implement that use. It may be that they walk away from here and somebody does wish to buy it, and we don't take away the option for it to be a pub until they physically make the change to a change of use. So just to be careful about the language in terms of licensing. We're not removing a license. It's a change of use.
Okay, but can I just say, sorry, I have never seen a pub that was allowed to become a country house that ever went back again. And I don't think that.
I don't think we need to get into that at the moment. But can I know? Are there any other points the officers wish to make? If not, I'll go back to the local.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My last throw of the dice this afternoon. Thank you all very much for your contributions and for attending the site visit yesterday. I think just to make one thing clear, we talk about frequent flood events. The two that I'm aware of were July 2007 and February 2020. There may have been minor flood events in the meantime, but those are the two major ones. There was quite a gap between them, and the pub was successfully trading during much of the time after the early flooding. The two main considerations relating to the acceptability of the loss of the public house are, is the facility no longer required? Well, the pub was trading successfully until the most recent flood event, and further evidence of marketing could have been submitted. I'm not aware that any further evidence of marketing has been submitted, and I think that's quite a gap in the, as far as the report is concerned, and as far as making a decision is concerned. As paragraph 7.15 states, as such, it has not been convincingly demonstrated that the facility is either no longer required, viable or fit for purpose. On this basis, it is not considered that this limb of policies SC1 and BLH6 is complied with, end of quote. Other pubs, as has been stated, have bounced back after flooding, or even lengthy closures, and there is no reason to suppose that the same couldn't happen with the Teamside Inn. It needs to be given a chance. Secondly, is there appropriate alternative provision? That's the other point. I've already explained that the nearest pubs are some distance away. The parish halls do not meet the same requirements, successful and popular though they are. The Teamside Inn provided a facility for tourists, and it did get a lot of tourist trade over the years. Lots of visitors going up and down the A456, a very busy road, stopped at the Teamside, as well as refreshment for the people on the nearby caravan park and a social hub for the community of Little Hereford, with all the events that I've already mentioned. All that will go with change of use, and it becomes a private house. So taking all these factors into account, Mr. Chairman, including flood risk, which I don't diminish in any way, I do not consider that the case for change of use has been convincingly demonstrated in the report or in the debate this morning. I feel that the Teamside Inn deserves a chance. And to quote the landlady of another pub, please continue to support your local pubs. So many are facing closure. It really is use it or lose it. Please think of that, Mr. Chairman, before you all vote. Thank you all very much indeed.
Right, we have a resolution in front of us for approval of the officer's recommendation. Can I ask those in favour, please show? Approve the officer's recommendation.
All four. So that's 1, 2,
Those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against.
That
Abstentions.
2.
2 abstentions.
Opposition.
So, yeah, so
I think along insufficient.
That's lost.
Pardon?
That is lost.
That is lost, yes.
So we need an alternative proposition.
Alternative proposition? Yeah, insufficient marketing. Yeah, loss of a community facilities. The loss of community facilities, as outlined in previous.
Could I ask a brief question? If having refused this, does it mean that the owners can't now live in it? Because it's been refused as a dwelling house, but it's still a pub and they're living there, but it's just not open. So nothing much changes.
If they own it, they can live in it.
Yeah.
That's absolutely the case. What they can't do is sell it as a house, or take the license back. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah.
Do you want me to clarify? So, okay. So members have spoken about the two different aspects of that limb of policy SC1 that Ollie's set out in his report. I think members have spoken about the fact that they agree with what the officers have said in some ways about the evidence that we've got in respect to the first limb, but we were advancing a recommendation for approval on the basis that we felt that there was suitable alternative alternative use nearby, as Ollie's explained. So we need you to articulate a reason for refusal that relates to those things, unless there's something else you want to add to that reason for refusal, and give an opinion on whether or not you think it's SC1 as a whole, it doesn't meet either of those tests, or whether or you're saying that you have to be satisfied that it is neither of those tests, and come to that conclusion. And I think you've all talked about that, but you need to just clarify that position.
Can I just say something? I think that where I take issue with the premises of the decision is the idea that Little Hereford and Brimfield are one community. They're not. They're two distinct communities. And the idea that, they may be a group parish, and I think there's a misunderstanding of what group parishes are. They're two distinct parishes who come together as far as local government's concerned. But they are distinct parishes. The little I know about Little Hereford, many years ago, I spent a little time in Little Hereford. I won't go into that, but it had a character and a distinction of its own, and thought of itself as Little Hereford, and likewise Brimfield, and the local member is nodding in agreement with that. So two distinct communities. Sorry. Yeah.
Could members please put their microphones on, because people listening won't be able to hear? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that the alternatives are not suitable ones because of the distances involved.
I would add that it has not been sufficiently marketed within a reasonable time frame.
We haven't actually got a. You're giving reasons, which is, you know, helping to clarify. But what we do actually need is somebody to put a proposal forwards with the reasons, and then have that seconded.
Was any?
Please.
Well, since I was probably the loudest voice, perhaps I should. It's insufficient marketing, insufficient and evidence that there is no alternative, reasonably alternative pub. Do we have any on SC1, which I should have remembered from an hour ago? Anyone else have anything to offer? Well, I think that's.
Yeah, but you guys refused it too. At least
So-
more than half of you.
So members might also want to have a look at paragraph 88 D of the NPPF, which also relates to the retention and development of accessible local services and community facilities. So that's another one that's referenced in your report that reflects policy SC1 that you might want to refer to as well. Oh, what's what? Do you want to jump in?
So, planning policies and decisions should enable D, the retention and development of accessible local services and community facilities such as local shops, meeting places, sports venues, open space, cultural buildings, public houses and places of worship.
And also there is policy BLH6 of the Brimfield and Little Hereford neighbourhood plan. And that says that the proposal includes alternative provision on a site within the locality of equivalent or enhanced facilities. Such sites must be accessible. So thinking about if you're saying that there's not suitable alternative provision, then that you want to be quoting policy BLH6, and it's BLH6A as well. Thank you, sir.
It's refused for those reasons as outlined. Councillor Engels, I assume you're going to propose that? Is that seconded? Yeah, that's seconded. Yeah. Those in favour, please indicate. Yes.
Seven in favour of the refusal.
Those against? 3. Abstentions? 4. Then that is carried. Thank you for. I'm sorry, I've got cramp at the moment of the last quarter of an hour.
Close the meeting.
I close the meeting.